एकच मिनिट आहे मला फक्त. एक 2 मिनिटं सांगितलं.
I just have to click the next button here. It will go. So this is yeah. Now is it green? So now when I want to play the music, I can play.
ये
थोड़ा डार्क ही रहेगा।
Place Summit, Bangalore edition. We have completed 4 editions previously, and this is our 5th edition. So just as a head start to the summit, just in what's in store for you kind of a session, I'll just do a small questionnaire with parents, kids, because it's not very often that we get policymakers, parents, students, school leaders, corporate leaders, everyone in one room. So it's like once in a lifetime opportunity for us as Sports Village. So I'll just bombard you with some questions. So how many kids are being awarded here today? Raise your hands. Wow. Can we have a round of applause for them? Wonderful. So anyone, yes, you, can you volunteer for some questions? What's your name?
Antara.
Antara. Which school are you from?
Euro School HSR.
HSR, yeah. Oh, it's next to my house, by the way. So, yeah. Which sport do you play?
Basketball.
Basketball. Any other sport? Which grade are you in, sorry?
8th.
8th. And how long have you been playing basketball?
2 years.
2 years.
Yes.
What motivated you to take up basketball?
I don't play basketball that well. It's a side sport. I actually do drumming.
Oh, very nice. Very nice, okay. And what motivated, as in what part of basketball you like?
I usually like to play matches in offense.
Okay. Any individual sport you like?
Swimming.
Swimming.
Yes.
And do you see a difference between an individual sport and a team sport and your liking towards them?
I like team sports more because it builds up team spirit.
Okay. And why not individual sport? You like to be in a team,
Yeah, it's...
team environment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any boy? Can you have a round of applause for Antara? Thank you. Any boy here who want to volunteer? Yes, you. Okay. Anyone? You? Mom is pushing. Come on, it's a simple question. Just about your sporting journey, right? Yeah, can I have your name?
Deepak.
Deepak. Which sport do you play?
Swimming.
Swimming. Any other sport?
I do guitar.
Okay, guitar. That's not a sport. Anyways, so what motivated you to take up swimming?
Actually, my parents put me.
Okay.
So I started like when I was like very little, like 5 years. When I was like 5. So I've been doing ever since then.
Okay. Do you like? At what level are you playing right now?
Advanced.
Okay. Do you participate regularly in tournaments?
Yeah, not regularly, like once in a few months.
Okay. So you mentioned that your parents put you into swimming. Now I'll put your mom into the sport. Ma'am, can I have you with the mic? Ma'am, what motivated you to put him into swimming and not any other sport, maybe a team sport?
So basically, he was very hyperactive when he was 4, 5. Somebody suggested swimming settles him down. That's how we started swimming.
Right. Vijay, sports as a means for mental health and physical health. Just a cue for you. Settles him down. Okay. So are you, by any chance, in your early days, been associated with sports yourself?
Yeah, I used to play badminton when
Oh,
I
very
was,
nice. Okay. Do you think that your experience actually led you to make your son maybe into sports?
Yes, yeah, along with my experience, I'm into health and wellness. I'm a nutritionist by profession, so I always believe that physical activity is more important than anything, so yeah.
Very nice. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't get your name.
I'm Jyoti.
I'm Deepak.
Okay. Thank you, Deepak and Jyoti, ma'am, for your answers. Yes. Any parent who has no background to sports in their younger days and now they want their children to take up sports? Any parent over here with that profile, if I can say? Yes, ma'am. Can we give the mic to her? Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, your name, please?
Ila.
Ma'am, what motivated you? Same question. Since you did not have any background of sports, but still, what?
That's what motivated me. I
Oh,
wanted
okay.
to
You missed out in your career? You feel like?
Yeah, I feel sport is just not for competitions. It's to keep them healthy and to have healthy habits in life and then be more dedicated. I wanted her to take us.
Right. So you see sport as a recreational thing, or you see your girl taking sports as a professional career?
I see it as a way of life. I want her to be a sports person all life.
Right.
Make it a good practice. Keep her healthy all the time.
Right.
Not just about competitions.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Any parent here who wants, yeah, please.
Hi, I'm Saraswati Anand. I was physically active, but not into sports. When I discovered I had an autoimmune disease by about 35, because motherhood, careers, life. That's when I pivoted to strength training and moved heavily into sports. And I have seen what a change it has brought in my life. But now I'm pushing my girls, or 14-year-olds, to embrace sports as a way of life. Just like she said, it's not an additional or an extracurricular, but something that has to be developed, to be sustained, and to have nutritional benefits. And even I think it changes the way you think, the way you approach life. So that's my take.
Thank you. Kudos to her for her efforts. Any school leaders from school background, PE teacher or academic coordinators here? Yes.
Yeah. Good morning.
Hi. May I know your name?
Mohan Kumar from Presidential School, Bangalore branch.
Okay. So you're a PE teacher there?
Yes, I am PE teacher.
Okay. How do you see your sports ecosystem in school? How do you rate it, and what aspects of it do you like, and what aspects do you want it to change from a PE perspective?
Okay. As a sports teacher, I like all the sports. So I tried all the games. So like football, basketball, because we are good at all the games. That's why we concentrate in all the games. So because some children are good at in one sports and some children are good at 2 to 3 games. So we check that. First we'll check their fitness. Based on the fitness, then their skills and their interest. That we'll check everything. Based on that, we'll put it.
Sure. And any aspect, if one thing you would want to change in your school with respect to physical education, ecosystem in general, what would that be? One thing.
That one, I think nothing is there, sir, now.
Okay.
Yeah, because we love sports, no?
That's nice. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, now we can get going with the summit, and these were just some questions to maybe break the ice. So now I hand over the mic to Parminder Gill, co-founder of Sports Village and head of foundation, to take it forward, and he'll be the host and MC for the morning. Thank you.
Thanks, Nishant. And one take on some of the answers I heard. Once a very well-known theatre personality asked me, do I know what is common between theatre and sports? So for a moment, I was silent. And then he answered, play is common to both. Now, I heard guitar and drums while sports was being discussed. I'll leave it to the audience in terms of to think why play is common to both sports. Across these forums, lively. In some, the original driver or trigger for Get Kids to Play Summit was a book by the same name, authored by Somil Majmudar, who's the CEO and co-founder of Sports Village, and Vijay Krishnamurthy, a well-known sports research scholar and executive coach. Both of them are here, and you will hear from them on some of the ideas the book has come to represent. But in my view, the need for the summit was also felt because of the sheer paucity of relevant forums that get the right voices in or out around the matter of getting kids to play. I think Nishan did mention that some of you who are here and represent different constituents, different voices, parents, educators, funders, policymakers, as well as kids, young people themselves. So you will see a slightly more, how should I say, oddball context of representation over here for the reason I'm just mentioning and indicating. But it is one fulcrum which I feel around which I think Get Kids to Play revolves is the what they call is youth centricity or child centric. Play has to be child centric. We all understand that. Although it is managed well by the adults around, but the voices of children is very, very important when we discuss play. And that's why we'll hear from them even in some of the panels today. And the question we've been raising is, if it has to be child-centric or youth-centric, what is the role of adults around that? Whether you are a parent or an educator, or a policymaker, or a funder, supporter, sponsor, what role we ought to play as long as we meet the main goal of making play child-centric, and that's when they play. Otherwise they don't play. That's the experience that I have had. But on this topic of making play child-centric or youth-centric, we also ran a survey on the sidelines of Get Kids to Play Summit, where we polled 900 parents and 900 young people, children, and gave us very, very revelatory insights, including idea of inclusion, specifically all kids, specifically girls' participation in sport, idea of physical education or the attitude towards that in the school system. How do we make it more friendly, more amenable, and more child-centric again? And the last was on the idea of kids who want to become athletes, and many of you are here, who have pursued sport against all odds, and we will discuss that also. How should they work through the system on their journey to become an athlete? There is tremendous, it is felt that there is opacity around this whole system of excellence in sports. So how do you, so these were some of the pieces, and we're very, very happy to launch that, the full report of the survey, and it's going to be available on social media, and I think if we have a exhibit, we can just show. So this is the report. You can scan the QR code, and you may clap now for the report. So this is, I think, another edition, the voices of parents and children in what do they think about sports and making it more sport-centric. For today's session, I think we would unpack a lot of these, and we have a panel which is with young people. We have a panel which is around the key principles, ideas, Get Kids to Play book represents, including broad-basing sport for emotional and psychological health, which is a very important area of discussion today. And followed by school leaders, educators, and the corporates and funders and sponsors who are supporting sports for looking at what kind of drivers they have or what are the rationale they have, and also asking them some questions around what is important for this category. So before I call upon the keynote speaker for today, I would like to maybe like to run a short film which is curated by Sports Village, again, which is highlighting the idea of critical role played by the educators and parents in shaping the lives and journeys of of children who want to play. And it is titled as It Takes a Village to Create Champions. We have the film, please.
No problem. एक और ट्राई करो. Yes sir. आपका बेटा दिलीप हुनर है उसमें. उसे अगर अच्छी ट्रेनिंग देंगे ना तो एक दिन मेडल जीत लेगा.
तो अब पढ़ाई लिखाई छोड़ के दिलीप भाला फेंकेगा. देखिए मास्टर साहब, हम चाहते हैं कि वो पढ़ लिख के किसी अच्छी सी नौकरी पे लग जाए. ना तो अपने पास में इन सब चीजों के लिए टाइम है और ना ही पैसा.
पढ़ाई में कोई दखल नहीं होगी. सारी ट्रेनिंग स्कूल में होगी. हम कराएंगे रोज. हमारी यही प्रॉब्लम है. किसी बच्चे को हुनर देखते हैं तो ज्यादा ही भावुक हो जाते हैं. नमस्ते.
मास्टर साहब देखिए, हम एक्स्ट्रा पैसा नहीं दे पाएंगे.
आप बस परमिशन दो.
ये क्या है सर? तुम्हारा फ्यूचर.
We are Sports Village, India's largest school sports organization, and we're giving every child a chance to play and dream of winning medals for India at the 2036 Olympics. Sports Village, creating champions in life.
Thank you. For the keynote address for today's Heritage Summit, I would like to invite Professor Saurabh Mukherjee, Faculty Dean, Alumni Relations and Development at Bangalore. Professor Mukherjee has had deep interest in the production and impact of sport and has been researching this subject as an academician and the personal capacity as well, and is a long-term supporter of us. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Saurabh Mukherjee.
First of all, welcome to IIM Bangalore. This is an academic institute. We do want a lot of emphasis on sports. I don't know whether we are actually being able to do that, but I am so glad that this event is happening on this campus. And one of the key movers of this event is our alum, Soumil. He's a great friend. We have been with each other for such a long time. Another person we heard is Vijay. Once again, Vijay, I have been knowing Vijay for such a long time. There are a lot of people sitting here with whom we have had very passionate discussion about how to make sports as the center of attraction or center of attention for this country. So wonderful to see all of you here, and welcome once again to I Am Bangalore. I wish all of you to have a wonderful conference today and have very interesting discussions. I see a lot of kids here, so I know that boring speeches is certainly not for the kids. So I really don't want to take too much time here. But one thing is that all of us are here in this room because I think we are passionate about sports, or we are playing sports, and we are aware of the constraints that our society, our country imposes on us. And despite that, we have been in some way or the other being follower of sports or being sports persons ourselves, being coach, being teachers. So there is no point in telling you what you probably already know. And in case you are missing something, please read their amazing book that Vijay and Soumil has written, looking at all the constraints that are there typically in front of kids to follow sports in our country, and what are some of the ways in which you can overcome that and do some of the practices which will be able to bring it in front. But we all know that we have a very long way to go. I was just showing one article to my friends here which has come out about one of the leading athletes of the country, Jyoti Arati, who has come and said that what are the huge financial challenges that she is facing, and why she has competed in the national games even though it has disrupted her training schedule, is simply because she needs those money that comes associated with the medals. So it just tells us that there is so much hard work to be done in order to bring up this country. And really, if you want to make a good, if you want to be at least somewhere there, if we are hoping our dreams of hosting an Olympic in this country, we certainly do not want to finish in a medals tally of somewhere around 68 or 112, having won maybe one gold and a couple of silvers, but we really want to show the world that we have made a lot of progression. So hopefully we will be going there. How to make kids play, I am not going to touch upon it. There are so many people here who are who will be talking about it, and who are also very knowledgeable about it. But let me bring one dimension of it, and it is also there in the book, but I don't know how much emphasis Soumil and Vijay has put into that. And I have always felt that sometime they should also start thinking of how to make parents play. Because I have always felt that it is the parents, parents put in a lot of effort to make their children play, but at some level, it is the behavior of the parents which has a very deep influence on the children. As I grew up, I knew that my father was once a sports person, and though I was never an athlete or a sports person myself when I grew up, it was always there at the back of the mind, and when I had seen him play, I had a deep appreciation of what that man was doing. And that definitely played some part in my orientation towards fitness. And I think for those of you who are active parents who themselves play, I am sure that you inspire your kids quite a lot. Now, children may not actually express it in front of you. They might actually not even tell you that they actually love the fact that go in the morning to have a run, or play in the evening you go for a game in badminton. But I think that is something that gets very deeply imprinted in their psyche, in their DNA, and that certainly helps at certain points of time very deeply embedding the importance of sports. And so I urge all of the parents here as well as the teachers to make sure that you don't give up on your own physical fitness, you don't give up on your own passion about sports, and definitely you will be great role model for the children, whether they are your own children or whether they are running or they are coming to your school. You will be great inspiration for them. Whenever I have gone abroad, I have always felt, and especially in Western Europe and in America, that how they are culturally oriented towards sports. There is no question asked. You will be expecting so many people out on the road. Even in the winter, when I am really shivering, they would be easily out, running around, going for skiing, etc. So sports is almost a second nature for them, even if it is not a first nature. And I have wondered that, how is it possible that we can build a culture of sports in our country? Because if you cut through all the complexities, you will find that we simply don't have that. India is known as a country as spectators for sports, not really participation of sports. We love seeing a cricket match, but we really don't want to go and play cricket ourselves. Right? That's the general population that we are talking about. And it's a very tough one, right? We, as a person who studies organizations, we have been asking ourselves this question that how do you build a culture, because that's the most abstract concept and it is most difficult to do. And one of the most important thing in culture building is that how you yourself become a role model. People look at you, and when they look at you and they judge that what is this person trying to communicate to us, it is not about your words, but it is about your action. It is what you actually do. So for any leader in any sphere of life, whether you are an educator, teacher, in the sphere of politics or in organization, your own behavior, your role modeling is a very important determinant of what kind of organization culture you believe. So you translate that into what I was just saying, that you need to create a culture in your family, you need to create a sporting culture in your neighborhood, in your community. The most important step there is you being the role model. So I really hope that in order to make kids play, all of us parents, educators, all of us also actively embrace fitness and sports in our lives. And as it has been told very nicely in the book, as well as somebody talked about it, this is not about, for us, it is not about winning medals. It is not about coming first or second in the run, but it is about a lifestyle, it is about fitness. And studies about brains tell us that that's the power of a habit. Because if you don't make it a habit, then every day morning if you have to wake up and go for a run, or in the evening you have to go for a badminton match or a basketball match, you will have to work against it, saying, oh, I have to do this, I have some work here, today I am feeling some headache, and then there will be resistance. But if it becomes a habit, then it often happens the other way around. If you don't go for a run, you feel bad. If you don't go for that basketball match or basketball practice, you feel bad. If you don't go for a swimming, you don't feel refreshed at all. That's the level at which we want to take each one of us, and only that's the point of time where the habit will be formed. And to mention about children, I think it is very lucky that they have parents like you, that you are embedding that practice, and that actually, if that keeps on happening, then definitely that will become a part and parcel of our life, of their lives, and they will become very healthy individuals. And as you know, that a sound mind dwells in a sound body. So if you are a healthy individual, then most probably you will also be a wonderful person. So ladies and gentlemen, best wishes to all of you for this seminar, and best wishes to all of you in your lives, so that you become wonderful sports people.
Invite Somil to felicitate Professor Saurav. Thank you, Professor, for emphasizing on one of the key ideas which have come up in the earlier forums also, and the book also, as role modeling. Very, very critical for the idea of getting kids to play. And the next session is in a fireside format, conceived as such, and with one of the leading sports experts and thinkers in the country today. And I think I would like to invite the moderator of this session, Promotional, to come up and welcome our guest for the, I hope, very authentic and thought-provoking session. Promotional. Thank you. First of all, welcome everybody. Professor Saurav, thank you for enabling this fantastic venue and welcoming us at IIM Bangalore. I have fond memories of being here. Not as much of academics as much as sports, but I did spend some time here, and it's fantastic to come back here for this forum which is about sports and academics. Interesting section. For the next session, we have somebody wonderful. He's a dear friend for the last 20 odd years or more, co-travelers in the journey of sport and getting kids to play. His name is Nandan Kamath. Nandan, please do welcome. On the sports side, Nandan represented and captained Karnataka in junior cricket, and then, like a good boy, went and studied a bit,
National Law School, then Rhodes Scholar, if I got the order right, then Howard Law, and now runs a very successful law firm. In addition to that, he's co-founded Go Sports with Hakeem and others, and which is doing fantastic work. And you'll hear from Deepthi, who's coming here as well later in the day. And for the last, 3 years now, Sports and Society Accelerator, which is trying to be or is the think tank around policy and sports and how do you get, and this whole active framework that they've built. So Nandan, welcome again. Thank you for coming. Please. So Nandan, we have 15 minutes. Make it quick here. So let's start with the first one. There are parents here, there are kids here. Everybody's wondering, if I study, if a child plays, they'll fail in academics. And if they want to have a good career, they should probably stop playing at some point. How did you manage the balance?
Yeah, so when I was in school, I was actually more of a sports person than a student. By all accounts, quite successful at sport. I played school level hockey, then merged into cricket, where I think I had a gift there, one that was promoted. But all of it actually started, if you look at it, if I look backwards, from just boredom. Boredom. And I think there's less of it today in the world. So just having time and having to figure out how to spend that time well and to stimulate myself. So a lot of my sport started just playing alone in the garage, recreating some of the greatest tournaments there are, from Wimbledon to World Cup. Even without a playmate, just the fact that there was boredom, long summers with nothing to do, I think that kick-started a journey and self-developed skills. A lot of the coaching happened from watching sport. It was also the time when cable TV came, the world of sport came into the sort of our homes. So finding those role models, trying to aspire to be like them, but not really having that much support, but having a strong desire to explore, curiosity about my body, curiosity about how to use it, and then eventually you merge into playing with friends, and then school sport took over. School sport led into to state level sport.
St. Joseph.
St. Joseph, highly sort of, I would say, a sport promoting school. There was a lot of pride that was taken in how people developed as sports people, where we have multiple test players, Rahul Dravid, Robin Uthappa, swimmers like Hakeem, many Olympians. So a long tradition. It was lovely to be in that type of environment where you could bunk many days of school to play some sport.
So for parents, kids and school leaders, two words. One, kids need to find a way to get bored. Parents, find a way to get your kids bored if you want them to be as successful as Nandan. And principals need to let kids bunk school for...
Yeah, I think just flexibility.
Flexibility is a better word. Flexibility is a more polite word than bunking the class.
Without, I think, imposing huge amounts of structure. And I think that whole notion of unstructured play, but also unstructured education, the significant role they build in... See, at the end of the day, sporting journeys are a lot about individuality. You merge into team environments, but giving people space to explore their individuality, finding the sport they want to play, which means giving them a sample of different sports they can experience. Very rarely, the first sport you play is something immediately that attracts you. Perhaps it might, but are we giving kids chances to play these different sports, from starting as a cricketer, becoming a javelin thrower? We've seen many of our elite athletes, Olympians, Paralympians, start in one sport, end in another sport. So first sampling, and it's a process of learning, right? You're learning about yourself, what skills you have, what skills you don't. The feedback is very personal, very interactive, so I think there's a beautiful journey there. So how do you leave, I mean, rather than forcing structure and coaching, academies, how do you make more space and more time for, and with the, I should say, the facilities and the implements of play available, but not necessarily shoved down the throat.
Necessarily shout down the throat. So, there are parents, kids and school leaders here, and you do a lot of work on the policy side. As I say, you have this framework of active schools, active cities, active transit, and one more active, which I forget.
Yeah, educational institutions and workplaces.
Active workplaces, and essentially trying to get the whole of India active. We are trying to solve just the getting kids active first.
Yeah. I mean, so, this is the future of India, right? So getting kids to play and getting kids to move is a huge issue. So when I was young, I played a lot of sport, but it was terminated. Playing serious sport was terminated at the age of 17 when I got into National Law School, and I was told very clearly, either becoming a lawyer or a sports person. But
by your parents?
No, actually by my the director of the institute.
NLS.
I mean, there was very strict sort of attendance regulation. So I would say I was a failure of the sports system failed me, but the education system did not fail me. It actually captured me in a way. And what was very clear is, that Tendulkar Kambli analogy that he took the elevator and I took the stairs. For academics and to becoming a lawyer, there was very clearly an elevator. While to being a sports person, even the ladder, actually, not even staircase, but a ladder with broken rungs in it, that was what in some sense was the encounter. And actually the Sports and Society Accelerator, the work I've done after is a little bit of exploring my own curiosity about why the decisions I made were motivated, what the incentives were at the time, and why there are systemic reasons for where we were and where we are today. And a very interesting principle is, I don't know if you've heard of this Anna Karenina principle. It's from the book Leo Tolstoy's book on, it says that all families are happy in the same way, but all unhappy in their own way. So what does this talk about? It talks about systems. Now if you want things to go right, many things have to go right. But all you need is one thing to go wrong to drop off. So the reality is that we all start playing. We learn to play before we learn to talk. We learn to move. That's one of the first milestones we celebrate. But almost all of us stop moving and stop playing. So sometimes it's a single reason that we're knocked off that default of moving. And the Active Framework series is actually to try and reverse that a little bit. We are in systems where we are much more in consumption. I think Saurav talked about it a little bit. We're happy spectators. But if you look at all of the post-industrialization, what we consider progress, the things that we prioritize are activities of the mind, less of the body. There's much more processed food, where we're not actually creators of the food that we eat, we're consumers. Same with content. So we're actually stimulating ourselves without the creation aspects. We are actually slightly dumbed down consumers of everything, including different types of culture. And as a result, so how do you move that default back to living as creators? And I think if you look at the trajectory moving forward, where AI is going to take over a lot of the thinking work, you might default back into actually physicality becoming...
AI will get us to play, finally?
Perhaps, maybe that's the dystopian way of looking at all of the things we prioritize, right? Just imagine the salary of someone from the knowledge economy versus someone from what you would consider blue collar or disorganized economy. Huge gaps. Now what if there's a flip of the people who actually physical, being the unique and individualistic human beings who we all aspire to be like, look like. And we've seen the beginning of that, right? The productization of sport, the recognition that our sports leaders actually are at the forefront of what it is to be human. Maybe at some point there will be a sports person rather than a technologist leading some of the leading countries of the world.
At the same time. But you spoke about the broken ladder, and people have written books on the broken ladder, but the work you're doing and the research that you've done, and you said you started because of curiosity, what pieces of ladder do you find are broken after 3 years of this work, and of course 20 years of being in the system at the elite level? And what do you think as policy is happening or can happen, and if you can land it to this context of parents and kids?
Yeah, so I think there's fewer and fewer open spaces in our cities, which is why we're talking active cities. The way we're living is much more, again, industrialized, large apartment buildings, schools which are, you have to transport yourself to half an hour, 45 minutes is the average. So much less time available. So there's environmental factors which are how our cities are being built, planned, and how our transit systems are. But also recognizing that less and less time is actually in our own hands. Very programmatic days, commute, wake up, eat, commute, go to school or workplace, commute, come back, do homework, go to sleep. So there's very little time left for leisure, for boredom. So in some sense, if you have to accept that as the default reality, how do you insert these things into the daily life of a school, the daily life of a workplace perhaps? And these are probably not places where you think of being active. So habits, you're not necessarily going to change the whole world and go back to a pre-industrial civilization where we are moving, hunting, gathering and other things like that. But in the new reality, how do you start making sure that you're moving as the default? rather than as an sort of an active choice that you have to make. And I think that's a reimagining through active frameworks of how do you energize workplaces, energize schools, and in some sense reimagine the way we build our cities, again for more unstructured play, where you're less dependent on structured academies, coaching and other things, just more spaces for autonomous play by people at the nodes, if you can call it that.
And he and I have been having this ongoing exchange about how, in my view, policy is useless, policy work is useless, and I think the real action is here, and you of course have a view that that's where the real action is, the highest leverage is. So if you just take this active education institution as a framework, and there are school leaders, parents here, and between school leaders and parents, pretty much that's the real ecosystem of that school, right? From a policy point of view, what is going to happen or what is happening that can make this better for kids to play? Is there something going on?
Yeah, so I think an active school, one concept I found extremely powerful is this concept of physical literacy being added on as the third pillar. So you have literacy and you have numeracy at the fundamental core of education, right? And adding physical literacy as a concept. And it's not just about PE class, but it's about the entire school recognizing that movement and physical activity and play are fundamental to learning. I don't think anyone doubts literacy and numeracy, right? Your letters and your numbers, every single class has it. But an attitude to a school, does it not only build the skills, but the desire and the motivation to live an active life? So are you setting up the school in such a way that you're leaving the student with a desire to continue to move, the incentives are right, and that feeling of confidence in your own body, that it might be very different from other people.
Physical education has existed from the time we grew up. Right? Physical education, calling it physical literacy, there is a school of thought that says, hey, you're just repackaging the same thing with different words. And if I've spoken to a lot of PE folks who've been around for 25, 30 years, and they say, look, this is what we started with. What's the big deal? This is not new. It didn't get implemented well, so it's not a policy problem, it's an implementation problem. Therefore, our parents not asking for it, our school leaders not believing in it. It's not a policy issue at all, right?
No, but it's that sort of looks at PE as being delivered in PE class. Physical literacy sees the physical education delivered across all classes. Why is physical education limited to your 2 classes a week or 4 classes a week? It's an attitude to how you consider the body and insert it into, it could be physics. Are you teaching how a javelin is thrown in physics class? How a cricket ball moves and how reverse swing works? How your body needs levels of physical activity in biology class. The relationship between that and you asked an earlier question of the opportunity cost. If you're playing, you're not doing well at studies. So much research on the relationship between movement and brain health. So the fact that we're getting better in our minds because we're actually playing more. These are not commonly held and known concepts, but are you inserting that type of mentality across classes? I don't think physical education is limited to the PE classroom or the playground. It's an attitude that a school takes to recognizing that the physicality of a student is as critical as the sort of the mental development.
It's interesting, sir, and later in the day we have school leaders who are here, and I'm sure they will reverse the gaze and say, look, we don't have time. We have curriculum to cover, we have regulators to meet, we have observers coming, we have parents demanding what's going on academics, and all this sounds nice, but I have to make a choice, right? So there is, I think there's an important concept of the child time is the most crucial time in a school, and there's only so much time available. And in fact, I remember I was at a CI event many years ago. There was an IS officer who said we did a survey of the school curriculum, and we invited suggestions on how we should change it. They got 22,000 plus suggestions on what should be added: gardening, cooking, respect elders, values, everything should be added. And he asked, do you know how many suggestions we got for removing a topic? 0. So what's happening is a lot of stuff is just coming into the school system, and maybe later on the school leaders will talk about, saying that therefore this is policy meeting actual on-ground execution, and maybe these forums are meant for that. And how does that tango happen? And how do you take this reality of challenge of execution back to the policy side and say, you either you release the curriculum then, right? You can't have the same curriculum and then add physical literacy and then add gardening and then add values and life skills and play-based education. Right? There'll be so much time and the child is the same kid.
No, I totally agree. In many ways, we are trying to replace parenting in the school, right? So things that parents should be doing, you're expecting the school, and that's also a balance of what parenting is today and how much time you actually have with your kid. But policy, in some sense, helps to align different stakeholders. I think we all underestimate the role of policy and sort of the signaling role that government can play. So you'll be happy to know that there's a draft national sports policy out, and for the first time it talks about a concept of physical literacy. There's a whole section on national education policy and its overlap with education in schools. Never before has that type of sort of language been spoken at policy levels. And sometimes all it needs is one or two sentences in that policy for a cascading, perhaps it's a scheme, you can align an education leader, it could be your block development officer saying it says that in the policy. So in some sense it gives you new bargaining chips which did not exist before. You may not be a government official, but you can actually start conversations which did not exist before. And the government policy is a huge signaling effect. See it as a lighthouse.
That's fascinating. Let me switch tracks now and come back towards the end of our conversation. You spoke of bargaining chips and spoke of boredom. How are you managing to bargain with your kids and giving them boredom? Are you able to give them enough boredom?
So, very interesting. So for me, a lot of it is about actually not putting them into too many classes. They're very young. I have a 9 and 6-year-old. But what I do is very dangerous for my wallet, but go to a sports shop and just buy stuff and keep it in the home. And without, in some sense, forcing it. And it's incredible how they go through cycles of play, and it's about reducing screen time, sort of creating environments.
How's that working for you?
Working quite well. So we have only screen time only on Saturday and Sunday for a couple of hours each. And I think that is a huge aspect of, in some sense, promoting boredom, promoting the implements need to be there, the environment needs to be there. There's a lot of language of the role of sport. Obviously, I work in sport, so they hear a lot of sport. We do a lot of events. They come, they've seen Olympians, Paralympians. We're very excited to be part of that world. So that environment is being created, and the fact that both of us also exercise and play sport certainly helps.
I remember you posting that your son wanted to play in the Olympics after seeing the Paris.
Yeah, so that dream and aspiration, right? So, I mean, he was 5 years old at the time, so we told him the Olympics are starting in a few weeks. He said, but unfortunately, you have to be at least 13 to play. Because otherwise, his aspiration was to play the Olympics. He thought we were recommending that he signs up. But unfortunately, most of the events, I think there's one or two, we don't have to be 13. But he'd actually gone and checked up. Or maybe asked his school teachers, and they told him, you have to be at least 13 to play the Olympics. So, no shortage of aspiration, clearly, and confidence.
Lovely. On that wonderful note, any closing thoughts for this wonderful group of people from the work that you do? How can they maybe pull for it? How can they support the work that you do at a policy level, on ground? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is about all of us, and I think Saurav brought that up. How do you create a culture? It is by wanting to do things, and it's culture is not top-down. Culture is what we create, and then in some sense, building the aspiration, helping each other along. For me, the sports report card is 3 Fs, which is fun, friendships, and fitness and feedback, which come together. So just focusing on that, making sure that you have fun with what you're doing and enabling other people to have fun. The communities that develop around sport, just keeping them close. And then just enjoying all the things that come back. You'll get fitter, you might get some other benefits, mental health and other things like that. But just keeping your eyes on why you do things and just building more and more incentives for yourself and for others to participate in sport, physical activity. It could be dance, it could be anything else. But recognizing such a crucial element of living a physically active life, the body is not just a compartment for the brain, and I think just moving the conversations in that direction, all of us can play a part.
Wonderful, wonderful. Any questions anybody has for? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
You talked about the ladder, which is protected and not schools. I think somewhere that is where parents are going wrong. We seem to want an ROI for every activity that we want our child to indulge in. Right? You're playing in sports, then you need to get to Olympics, get a medal, or at least bargain a scholarship in some abroad university. I feel that is where the pivot is needed. that you're not building them for a scholarship or for a medal, but fitness is much more than that. It's, it's a holistic development. We don't say you're eating food to become the best bodybuilder. Fitness is not for a medal or for Olympic aspirations. How do you get parents to recognize that? I think instead of the school approach and the kid approach, I think the parents need to pivot from ROI to that I'm giving this child a healthy future.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long conversation. Healthy future is also ROI, to be fair. But I think this productization of childhood to actually go just to the next layer, you can overdo the ladder as well, that all you're looking for is the next rung in the ladder and just being perfect to be able to step on that ladder. So to me, parenting is, a lot of it is about respecting the individuality of your own child, not trying to put them into some fast lane where every single thing has to go right. Essentially environment creation now, each parent has their own autonomy to figure that out. Now, how can you change parental attitudes? I guess it's the things that we aim to celebrate. We celebrate Olympic victory. We don't celebrate many other aspects. So
we are celebrating kids who are balancing sports and education.
Yeah, maybe those are the things that at the end of the day, what does a parent want? You want your child to be happy, right? Success is one route to happiness. There are many other routes there. It could be a scholarship, it could be something else. How to get parents to rethink their own parenting priorities, I think, I'm not sure policy can answer that question, but it's a search from within of what we as a culture, I would say, attribute meaning and value to, the things we celebrate, the things we, in some sense, talk to each other about.
Maybe the next avatar should be Nandan Baba, who's helping parents figure out this.
Next, yeah, it's a very lucrative profession being a Baba, so maybe next one.
On that note of fun and friendship, thank you Nandan for being here. Enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you all of you. Good luck.
Session and emphasizing a few things, and let me just do something. Just watch me and tell me what I'm doing. I heard throw. So what I did was a physical activity, and what you guessed was, I don't know, physical education, physical literacy, you can call it something. But I think this idea of physical education, of physical literacy, and policy making, and parent role modeling, we've spoken multiple ideas, all of them are fairly interesting and very, very important. So to make them more honest, more understandable, we are going to have our next panel, which is voices of young people on how do they view it, how do they view policy, how do they view physical literacy, how do they view parents, physical education teachers and educators. We'll have a short session, and I think Nishan did ask some of you some questions early on, but there are two volunteers who have agreed to come up on the stage and speak with us on what they think of their journey. So let me invite for our next session the volunteers, Shakana S. She's from MS Dhoni School, and we have Adya Kumar in Presidency School, Banshankari. Both of them are student athletes, grade 8 and 9 respectively, just to give the context. Welcome. So we have Adya and we have Shakana in the middle. So I have some questions. These are not the questions I gave you earlier. They're different. But just kidding. So let's just start by asking you about your journey in sports, or let me ask you this, I mean, how did you start playing early on, whenever you did? Let's call it recreationally, not to become an athlete. As point number one. Second, and when and how did you actually started to think that you want to pursue sport to become an athlete? Am I clear? So maybe let's start with you, Adya first.
Good morning, sir. So, in my childhood, I was a very active child, and I spent most of my time playing outdoors, like playing gully cricket outdoors with my friends. So, as I grew up, I used to watch cricket on TV, and I used to watch all Virat Kohli, Smriti Mandhana play. So, I got inspired by them. Then I realized I wanted to pursue it on a national level. So, I asked my parents to enroll me into a coaching center.
And it was your parents who then, and which sport did you pursue at that time, coaching?
Cricket, sir.
Cricket. You started with cricket?
No, sir. I had joined Taekwondo before cricket, and I had won a state level competition also.
Okay.
But after that, I joined cricket.
And Taekwondo happened in school or outside school?
Outside school.
Okay. Again, with your parents' support and help?
Yeah.
Let's hear from you, Shweta.
Well, that started when I was studying in kindergarten. It was just the basic fun games that we had, just the kiddie games. But then later, I really liked the thrill of having a competition, and especially being a girl. It's not in my school. It was somewhere outside where I was. When I was studying my elementary school, I was being discriminated being a girl. How can you play or be an athlete? So in order to prove them wrong, I started to join into football, and I also had a coaching that was already allotted in my school. So I started to go enroll myself in those coaching and join any of the football team and represent my team outdoors.
So great. I think so. Both of you had a start in your sports or playing journey outside the school system with your parents. Shall I take it as that?
Mine was inside the school. As my school name itself suggests that it's MS Dhoni Global School, it's too obvious they have so much of focus on sports.
Sure. And for you it was outside the...
I was outside school.
Okay. And did any of you, both of you, play outside in the school, in the communities, outside home?
Yeah.
You do?
My home was basically somewhere in the busy streets, so I don't have any facility to play.
So, so both of you, I think you kind of mentioned that your parents, should I take as father, mother, who helped you on your playing sport journey?
Father.
Both supported me. I wanted support from both of my parents because that means so much to me. It was to the utmost.
Okay. And were there sports people earlier?
So both the parents supported me, but my father wanted to pursue cricket when he was young, but for some reason he couldn't. Yeah, so he supported me.
That's how cricket happened.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about you?
They really did listen to my interest. My interest was basically in athletics and football as well as academics, so they wanted me to have it.
Based on what you felt it was appropriate for you, or
yes,
you just made choices? So let me also ask you this while we're discussing parents, and thanks for sharing that candidly. And the role of, let's say, a coach or a physical education teacher that you have had either in the academy that you joined or in the school system. How did they help you in your journey in terms of pursuing sport, staying with it? Anything on that?
So I would like to say thanks to my PE teacher Mohan sir for supporting me and guiding me whenever I needed guidance. And I had my cricket coach Mr. Vinay sir. He trained me and made me a good sports person. So I have learned everything from him. I give all credits to him.
My school is basically having so much of focus on sports, so they will always be having some good coaches allotted, and their support is also to the core. They never feel like the game is having any gender. They always treat us like everyone are equal, and all the as girls as well as boys in all category have a chance. And so I feel like their support as well as the way they have the equality maintained is something appreciable from my end.
So let me ask you a slightly difficult question now. Do you have friends who dropped out of play and sport? Do you have friends, both of you? What made them drop out? Based on your sense.
I think it would mainly be academic pressures. Like parents always tend to pressurize us to like focus more on studies and leave all the extracurricular activities. So I think they get too pressurized and they lose interest in the sports they want, or like dance, music, whatever they wanted to pursue, and they start concentrating on studies.
I have the same exact point, but somewhere to the other level. I feel like even insecurity and poverty is going to be another reason for this. Not everyone will be having affordable money to send their children to any of the coaching center.
But in a school system, you always have a PE class or a coaching. So if you're going to school, you will anyway play, right?
Yeah, even that's a fact.
So I'm going to stay with this for a bit longer on other kids who are dropping out, because it's important you continue, you stayed in, they dropped out. And you know the majority drops out at some point. Right? So if you were to, you mentioned about parents and you mentioned about coaches and physical education teachers. If we were to make you a parent for a day, or a month, or a year, and a PE teacher, let's start with the parent first. What would you do differently to ensure those kids don't drop out?
So, like being a parent, of course, I would support my kid to like pursue whatever they want to, and at the same time, I also want them to like be good at academics, but they shouldn't drop like at any given point. They shouldn't drop out what they're doing. So they want whatever they want to pursue. They have to do it with full passion and with all their heart, so that they become successful.
If I would have been a parent, I'd firstly educate them that if you're going to pursue any of the physical activity, take for example sports or athletics, that's going to be teaching you about discipline and focus. That's the foundation of academics. So it's too obvious that I'll be listening to their interests first and obviously letting them to pursue it.
Both your parents are here? No? Okay. PE teachers are here? Not here? Okay. This is just a disclaimer to see how candidly you're speaking about, because you actually said exactly what your parents did, which is great because, and we heard that parents have a very important role. What about teachers or physical education teachers or coaches? If you were to be a physical education teacher for a day or a week or a month, what would you do differently to ensure kids do not start hating or dropping out of sports?
So the major thing I would do would be like stop grouping them according to the skills. So I've seen usually PE teachers, like they divide students into group according to their skills. So I personally think by doing that they're going to like make the kids who are in basic level feel a bit less capable or less skilled compared to the people who are slightly better than them. So what I would do is I would take the whole bunch. I will teach them the basics and the foundation of the sport or the game or whatever they want to learn, and after that all of them are at the same level and they can learn equally and together.
I feel the same division happening out there, but it's not on the basis of skills mostly, it's based on gender. That's actually happened for me. So I take that there will be a separate coaching done for girls alone. That too, they'll be having no insecurity given there, and they are given with proper motivation, and the courage should be given to them.
No, great, you're doing very, very well. We are down to our last two questions now, and one I think came up earlier as well, which is balancing. And I think you did mention that if you were a parent, you will have them pursue both sports and academics. But we heard that, I think Nandan also spoke about that you hardly get left any time to play, given the homework and academic pressures and all that. How are you managing it? And what needs to be done to make you help manage it better?
So I think it's all about prioritizing your tasks and time management. So you finish your work which is more important first, like which is prioritizing the task, and then you do the other things. And time management, you have to give slots to what you have to complete when, and of course you have to give breaks between them so that you don't get too tired. And you should also maintain like a good health, good sleep schedule and all that, so that you have good energy to do both of them and you're fit.
Well, when it comes to balancing between both academics and sports, I feel like there were even times when I used to skip some of my exams. There were even times when I don't find time to study. But even though if I failed to do that, I did fail, but I failed better. Because after having all such hard times, I learned to adapt few soft skills, especially time management and adaptability. I learned that I really realized my potential. There are people out there who just keep studying and they score good, but on the other hand, I play and I also score well. So it shows that I have very good potential.
That's an interesting point. So I think what you're saying is that rather than just balancing between sports and play, how is sport actually helping you perform better academically speaking? If that is made known and that's your personal experience that's helping you better, right? In your academics, so then all of a sudden it is not a choice, it is an investment to help you do better in what you anyway do as a student, right? So great. I mean, as a sidebar, I think it's also, in my view, a great input to policy making as well, because homework is not schools, it is policy. In terms of how much time kids spend doing so-called academic work outside the classrooms, and how much curriculum gets taught and covered in the school system. So that's coming out clearly from the inputs I think we get, and also how balancing is seen. If it is seen as mutually exclusive, it perhaps doesn't cut it, but if it is seen as something which is overriding, helping, feeding onto each other, then it becomes far more. So great points, I think. The last question, which is, I think, we also heard in an earlier session about the use of AI, but online gaming is very popular with kids today, and my own kids grew up playing, and me going through the withdrawal symptoms of how much they play and where should I step in and where should I not. But what is your view on it? I'm sure both of you either have played or known friends who play. Either way, it's fine. And what's your view on it, and how do you view it? I mean, let's just put it there.
So playing online games is fine. It's okay until it's done, as long as it's done in moderation. So I've seen my friends, they don't do it in moderation. They exceed the time limit. So it affects their mental health, physical health, and eyesight. So I would still, recommend them to choose physical games rather than choosing online games. But playing online games to an extent, like to moderation, is not bad.
The main reason why I think physical gaming is very important, because I learn about discipline and focus, and that's completely contradictory when it comes to online gaming. I usually am not fond of playing online gaming, but I still do have friends who don't just play, they literally live in the video games, and they almost spend each and every time being in that, and they're almost getting distracted. And I don't think playing game just to keep your mind always active, that's alright, but then the only thing that is side effect for that is addiction. So I don't accept the fact of addiction, but apart from that, playing games is alright.
Thanks, I think, and so much for the boredom for kids in today's context. It's not, last few sessions, the volunteer kids who have come and spoken, all of them somehow I felt said they do not play online games, but others do. I'm not sure. So let's stay with others, not you. But if you were a parent of the other kids who play online gaming, what would you tell them?
I would set a screen time. So obviously I don't want my kids to get addicted to online games, as she says. Like, there's no discipline, they get addicted. So I would give them a certain screen time. After that, I take the phone away from them. So in that particular screen time, they can do whatever they want to. They can watch videos, they can play games, they can do whatever they want to. But after that particular time, they have to get back to the sports, the studies, or whatever other work they have.
As I already mentioned that video games are addiction, maybe I could permit them to play any of the video games that are useful. So I'll be definitely permitting them to play any of the physical game of their choice, but I won't be doing the same for the video games because not all video games are applicable for kids. So it's only the, maybe I'll be allowing them to play any of the video games that are essential for kids.
Great, super. So we are at the end of our questions, but on that, even I have a point or two. Esports, by the way, is gaining currency across, and that's also part of the so-called policy making piece where kids of today's age are spending time on technology, and why not? But how do you do it in a manner which is being spoken of here is, I think, important. That's one. And second, of course, for input to us, the adults, how do we continue to make the moments they spend playing more joyful than with the technology? It's a challenge for us, not for them. On how do we ensure that those experiences are far more joyful when they are outside with their friends playing than with a computer or a social context. And those are the questions I think we need to answer. But great point, and thank you so much for volunteering. It's been a wonderful session. And all the best for you. So, my list says there is a time for the next session, which is getting kids to play sports as a means for mental and physical well-being among children. And I'm sure the session we had just now, or all the sessions which are going to follow, will stay informed with some of the inputs we heard on how kids are viewing sports and stuff around it. And this is a session which also will capture some of the principles outlined in Get Kids to Play book, and which is why I would, the moderator for this session is Vijay Krishnamurthy, the co-author of Get Kids to Play, and I would like to invite him and invite the guests for this session. Vijay.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see so many kids here. Every time I've come here, I've only seen different kids, B school kids, MBA students and teaching faculty, so happy to be here. And before I call on the panelists, there's a quick funny thing that I want to share. So as the invites went out for Get Kids to Play Summit to various people, some of my friends group said, how come IMP is hosting Get Kids to Play? And so then I said, my co-author is Adam of this place, he studied here in the 90s and stuff like that. And every time I speak to Soman, and he keeps telling me that, yeah, actually I spend more time using the sporting facilities than the classrooms or libraries. So for him it was very logical, and rightly so. So let me call on we have a diverse set of people here, from a sports parent to a Olympian swimmer, to a visually impaired athlete, and a former cricketer who actually is now working on mental health and resilience app. So let me call on each one. Pardon me, I got to wear my glasses. First, let me call on Anand Deshpande, finance professional with a career covering several MNCs such as Intel, Dell, and Deloitte, including the CFO and board director at Intel India. And what's not on the resumes is a sports parent to budding competitive swimmers, teenage girls. Also happens to be my neighbor. I've seen him put all the work on this. Welcome on. Next we have Hakeemuddin Habibullah, Olympian swimmer. Illustrious career where he competed in the Sydney Olympic Games. And post his athletic career, he's been part of the creation for Go Sports, as well as he's the founder of Winning Matters. Welcome, Hakeem. Next, we have someone for me is really, really inspirational. Shekhar Nayak, the former captain of the Indian national blind cricket team. And I can go on and on reading his bio, but to keep things short. Captain India to victories at the T20 Blind Cricket World Cup in 2012 as well as in 2014, and in 2017 Government of India awarded Shekhar Nayak with Padma Shri. The final panelist we have is Girish Dwarkinath, founder and CEO of Equali, a mental health resilience app for junior athletes, parents and coaches. Girish is a former Tamil Nadu State cricketer and currently serves as the chairman of the junior selection committee at TNC. I'll start with you, Anand, and then go to the key. But one thing is for sure, we're all here on this date because I think everyone's in love with sport, right? So Anand, I want to start with you. Tell us through, Anshu and Kriti, your daughters. I know Anshu shifted from tennis to swimming, I don't know initially. But then from then on to, just starting for fun to going all the way to competitive. Now you travel around. You were just telling me outside you've been to, I think, Rajkot and Trivandrum traveling. And just walk us through a little bit of the challenges as well as you went through the sports career.
Sure. Thanks, Vijay, and hi, everybody. So I have two daughters, teenage daughters. Both of them are into competitive swimming. What started off, we were trying various sports, skating, tennis, etc. Swimming somehow got hooked on. Primarily because it was closer to where we live, and there was close enough. And then we didn't realize they morphed into competitive swimming in like a couple of years. And then slowly started taking fully into competitive swimming. And as they say, once your kid is into any competitive sport, so you have a life or a kid in a competitive sport, you can't have both. So swimming, neither I'm a swimmer, nor a sportsman, nor my wife is. It's like a first gen, we are doing it for the first time into the sports. So the competitive swimming is something, very different than general practice, what you go and do on a regular basis, on a daily, weekly, monthly. The challenges of any competitive sport, for example, I divide that in 3 to 4 parts. One is the time management. In the sense you're managing the time of the child and yourself. The child's time in the school, etc., etc. Your personal time, not just the personal time, but your career, office, etc., right? That time management. And during the competition also, it's very strenuous than your hometown, especially if it's outside. Yeah. It spans from morning 5 o'clock to sometimes evening 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So it's sort of, the time management is going to be really, really critical, that one piece of it. The second piece of it is the physical energy that you need to go through it. The child goes through it in one way, as a parent you go through it another way. 12 hours, 14 hours, and not in your own hometown, you're outside somewhere, right? The third one, financial aspect, as in for sure, that's you have a travel cost, a lot of costs gets added up. And if it's a competition, the swimming gear, any sport for that matter, all the equipments, etc., add on to a significant number. And the last piece I would say is the emotional balance what you need to have. You have to support your child, you have to support yourself, maintain that calm. The child may perform or not perform, yeah. And then you are surrounded by parents who are also of different mindset. Some are deeply involved, some are very passive, some are like, okay, let's see what happens, right? So you're trying to balance among all these things. As a parent of a competitive sports person, you definitely sacrifice a lot as a family. But I think what you get in return, when I say the return, is not the medals or the victories or whatever, right? The benefits are far more outweigh the medals or the glory what they bring there. That's broadly I would summarize the competitive.
Quick follow-up there. I mean, when you started, I don't think it was about competitions, right?
Yeah.
So, what was that moment? Plenty of kids here. I mean, what would you? I mean, some kid walked up or a parent walked up to you today. Can I just swim or do stuff for fun and keep going? I don't want to go competitive. What was the indicator that you saw that you have to?
Yeah, as they got into swimming for 6 months, 1 year, 18 months. The coaches over there, who were the basic coaching, coaches, they identified and said, hey, they can be moved to a next batch. Where it's going to be, instead of an hour a day, it's going to be 2 hours a day or 3 hours a day. And slowly you progress over that, and then say you can come for 2 sessions in a day. Okay, and then you say, hey, morning 2 hours, evening 2 hours. And then you say, hey, you add on a physical fitness coaching to that one. And then you say you add on dieting to that one. So slowly it just morphed into that. Before we realized 4 or 5 years, we were starting going to competitions. Then you are hooked on to that. It just takes you there.
I have a question on the school also, but I'll come back to you on that. Hakeem, I wanted to ask you, I mean, Joseph's had great sports culture, we all know, as a Bangalore and all that. But as you've seen the whole spectrum, you've told me that I think your parents put you into swimming because there was some other kid or someone who had either drowned or there was an incident and that led them to thinking more of a life skill more than for all that you saw. So tell us when in school it was that way, and again from what like Anand was saying, when it's getting competitive, getting older, actually you perform better probably when that 18 to 22, I'm just thinking at college. How has been the institutional support, let's say school to college as well?
Like Nandan mentioned earlier, school, St. Joseph Boys High School was actually fundamental in facilitating, the support system. So I never really felt that I was doing something that would really pull me back. My studies were being supported. I mean, they were empathetic, if I can just put it that way, because there were many before me who had also done well, balancing their studies and their studies and sport. So with me, they were quite empathetic, even though unlike cricket and hockey, which were more popular, with swimming, it was I had the base, I had opportunity to perform. And the platform to perform was very important because the school had a pool. It allowed everyone to see what my skill was. Once I moved beyond, once I went even in the same academic institution of St. Joseph's, when I went for my 11th and 12th, my first and second PUC, once that platform disappeared, that made my skill visible, I believe that the ability of the system or the school or the education institution to understand what I did, that reduced. So the same empathy or the same support started reducing. And that was more challenging. When I chose to do my engineering, subsequently along with my sport, it got even more challenging. So again, like I said, the platform to perform, when you're visible, I think, how do you make the stakeholders, decision makers empathetic? How do you get them to understand what you're doing before they're able to support you effectively? I think that these are the questions we could maybe ask, because like I probably shared on a different forum, when I did qualify, when I made it to the Olympics, I had an engineering professor who did not even fully understand what the Olympics meant, so...
I'd like to know more, tell us. I've heard of that, so you go to...
Yeah, I mean, here I am a month before the Olympics, I'm like super excited that I've made the team. I, shared this with one of my professors and they were like, oh, fantastic, this is, is it the whole of Karnataka that's participating, or just the whole of India? And then I had to politely say that it's the whole world that's going to participate. And then they're like, oh, fantastic. And then, is it in Bangalore? I said, not yet. It was in Sydney. But that was the level of awareness and understanding. It was very superficial, if I can put it that way. And I remember coming back from the Olympics, initially very excited, showed my participation certificate for a few days and realized that there was very little, again, understanding. There probably would have been more appreciation if I won a medal in rope skipping, because again the context was whether if you won a medal, there would be appreciation. If you participated, nobody understood what that meant. So put my certificate in the cupboard and said, okay, it's done and dusted, move on with life. Had my education that was a good foundation to move on. And only until recently, my wife pulled it out of the cupboard and said, no, our daughter needs to know what you've done, and put it up on the wall. So it's about, again, how much you have to depend on what your laurels are.
I can't imagine all your friends who might have just applied for leave. You had applied to go to Sydney and come back. So I want to move to Shekhar. Great story, and as I was preparing for this panel prep, you can all look up on Google, and he's part of so many campaigns. And one of them that really touched me was, I think Shekhar's mother, despite him being visually impaired, she kept telling him, no, you should go out and play with everyone. And you got to continue doing that, and they should include you, and it needs to happen. So Shekhar, please share with us, your role of your mom.
Yeah, hello everyone, good morning. Little Josh is low. Sports persons always should be, how is the Josh? Super. So thank you so much, sir. Really, I'm so happy to share my some of stories with you. Can you just believe there are 16 members are visually impaired in my family. It's an hereditary, and my family background was very poor, humble background. And even they doesn't know that we need to go to the hospital and get our eye checkups. So unfortunately, it was not happened. And when I was totally blind for about 8 years, and that time, there are my neighbor friends, they used to play in the river, next in the cricket, in the school ground and all. So they don't allow me to play because I'm not like a normal person. I'm not able to compete with them. So always they used to ignore me. And my mother always used to get hurt. And that day, sir, my mother told me that, Shekhar, what today these friends are, or neighbors are not taking you to play, you only have to create a day that they have to come and ask you, Shekhar, can we join with you for play? So like that you have to become and achieve. And you should not think that your blindness is a very big problem, and you have to come out of from that, and you have to world has to recognize you. So that kind of a growthness you should have. So then sometimes if some things happen bad, that will be good for our life, right? So when I was 7-year boy, I fell down in a river. My native place is Shimoga. So there I fell down, and my left eye was bleeding like anything. So God grace, the very next day only, there are some doctors came to my village for an eye camp. So they came to my home, and they done some formal medical and all. So they asked me, why this guy is not able to see? Then my mother told doctor that no, he's a blind, he's not able to see. Then he checked my eyes, then he said that you please come to Bangalore. We will have an operation, there will be some chance he may get his vision back. So we came to Bangalore in '94. So God grace, I got my vision back of my 30%. Now I can see you all, but I don't recognize the faces. So that was the issue. And after my operation, my father passed away, sir. And my mother was, as I said, she is not going to work in a field because she is also a blind person. So she joined me in a blind school. There was a blind school in my place. So she joined me there. Only she joined me in a blind school. You know why? Not to become IAS officer, not to become great doctor, engineer, nothing. Because that is an orphanage home, and that is a Ramakrishna Ashrama. So there I get free food and free clothing. That is the reason she joined my blind school. So then afterwards, when I joined there, I started playing cricket. So after in some summer holidays, sir, I came to my village and I told my mother that Mama, I have started playing cricket. I don't know how she said. She said that you have to become something, achieve something in this only. So cricket, from that day, I have taken as a passion, and I started practicing. When I was fourth, and when I was second, even my mother also passed away. So I was alone, no siblings, nothing. And sometimes whenever in the class, whenever the teacher won't come, sir, I used to go alone in the ground and started playing cricket. So that was the main. And my teacher used to tell me that cricket, this music, dance, and other kind of athletics are like a sabji. In a plate are like a sabji. What is the main course? What is the main course? Mudde or chapati, rice. That is the main course. If you eat that, I mean that is an education. If you take that, you become a good person. You can work in a very good company like that. So that day only I decided that what are all the subjects, cricket, these are all. So I wanted to convert that into my main course. So finally I did it, sir.
I have a quick follow-up there. You talk about, joining your friends to play. What was, after you started playing, initially it was difficult, there was some resistance, but then you part of the group. How was the response from them? And I mean, I'm just giving from another point. I may not have school friends or anybody who was visually impaired, but when that is happening, even I need to know how to respond. And how is that situation when you're playing with them?
Sir, when I started playing cricket for my school team, so that day one thing has come on my mind, that my name has to come in the newspaper. So one day in the local paper, that newspaper cutting still it is with me, that is Navika News, Shimoga's local paper. So in that it has come. And in next summer holidays when I went to my home, see friends, you are not taking me to play, right? My name is there in the paper, your name is not there. So like that I have told them. Then always whenever I come to my village, they used to ask me regarding bowling skills, batting skills, and what game plans, what strategies we need to do if we are playing for the school team. So like that they started asking me. Then, oh my God, my dream was filled. What my mother was said.
Thank you, Shekhar. We'll come back another round on more things you're doing and how you're giving back through other programs as well. To you, Girish, now I've not met anyone or not many who have gone through this, played cricket and come back and take cap and to mental health. Tell us again the motivation behind doing this. I know that yesterday when we spoke, there was data that was not very good to look at, the dropout rates and stuff like that. Just walk us through your journey.
Yeah, first I'd like to touch upon how this idea came to my mind. After my cricketing days, I went back to luckily I had an engineering degree and went back to my profession where I spent a reasonably good amount of time there working for IT services companies and a few other multinationals. Parallelly, I kept in touch with the sport also. I was a selector for the under-16, under-19 and the senior state team also. So one thing that I found common among all these things, all these age groups was they had excellent coaching facilities, skills training was amazing. They had an army of coaches. I'm talking from a cricketing perspective. There was a head coach, there was an assistant coach, there was a batting coach, bowling coach, a fielding coach, whatnot. Some have even throwing coaches. They had complete support in terms of skills training. The second aspect is the physical training and strength and conditioning. There again you have physical trainers, you have strength and conditioning coaches, several other coaches. And the third aspect is tactics and strategy. You have the strengths of the opponent, weakness of the opponent, correct your technique, where you're going wrong, how you're going wrong. All those things can be corrected. The last piece, which controls all these, there is no help for the athletes there. It's not a very important concept of the. So I thought that the under 16 under 19 boys didn't have were going through this kind of stresses. Because even the senior team, I give you an example, some of them were focusing on the next tournament. Not focused on this tournament. Look at what stay in the present. So all these factors set me thinking, and COVID was a time when all of us had a lot of time and I thought about it, spoke to a lot of people and said, this is what we need to offer. This is the gap we need to fill in the sporting community. Not just to the, also at the grassroots level. We'll have to learn what mind skills, what sports psychology concepts are, right from the early stages. Just like how you go and practice skills, like how you go and do physical training, right from the day you start playing a game, how you learn strategy, techniques, the day you start playing. At a young age, right, stages, you have to let the children understand what is mind, how to manage all these problems. That's very important. Not only that, we also found that apart from the various other things, the stresses that we carry, parents and coaches also need a little bit of so that's another
To ask parents being educated first. Some of the stuff may be difficult for junior kids to observe.
Yes, see, what we've done is we kept it as simple as possible, and we believe that aspiring sports people who bloom from the age of 12 to 13, some of the sports, but some of the sports they bloom much earlier. But we kept the average age of 12 and above, use their and we made it as simple as possible. Concepts, everything is developed by sports psychologists, and we try to keep it as simple as possible so that even they're not familiar.
Come back to all of this. Do another round. The school part, the challenges and the solutions. Know your kids went to the same school for 20 years ago. Not in the sport that much. What challenges, what changes you see now? You as a sports parent, you're doing your bit. What from the school, from the academy and the coaches? What are the stuff that's happening? If someone walks up to you and says, I want my son or daughter to become sports. What would you do?
I mean, what more like it. Here, you don't want to do either this or that. There could be a point in future sometime when then he quite supportive. From an overall it's more of people who do not have any other option who take into that coaching rather than somebody who is professionally trained, who takes it as a professional passion. You have certain national coaches who are look at set of but at the ground level, you need to have a lot of professionally qualified coaches. I say coaching is just not teaching them how to dive, how to get into water. We're talking about psychology, motivating them. One of the competitions, before the event comes, they go to the coach, they report to the coach, then go to the coaches, and their statement is, if you give this timing, you will win a medal. Just before understand psychology, what you need to tell them, and build that confidence in the child. Say, I can go and be more motivated, more confidence, versus to say, I would rather just go stand there and I can decide what I want to do.
weighing the decision and not to Shekhar, I want to ask, because again, it's another video where you're also trying to support, encourage other children. I think I saw one chat, the Buddha is Samarth. I think I saw a very nice video that everyone should check out. What is it that, Shekhar, that you are also doing now? Because post your athletic career, now I know that, by the way, he also works at IMB, he's part of the administrative and he works here. And what is it that for sport and for visually impaired that you feel you can do?
So actually, when people think that you are asamarth, I wanted to convert them as a samarth. So that was my main goal. Sir, when I started playing for our country, there was nothing benefit we used to get, sir. So many times from Bangalore to Lucknow, we used to travel in a general dabba because no proper reservation. So here there are a lot of students are there. What I can tell you is, whatever the hard work you do, definitely there will be a success. As I said, from Bangalore to Lucknow, sir, it is 42 hours journey in the train. The final result is Karnataka has won the national level cup. And from 2002 to 2010, I played for India as an opening bowler and opening batsman. I'm an all-rounder player. And from 2002 to 2010, we have not won a single title for India. So in 2010, I thought that I wanted to become a captain and I wanted to lead the team and I need to win lots of trophies for my mother country. So finally the day has come, sir. 2010, I become a captain of Indian blind cricket team.
Amazing.
And the first tournament was India versus England in London. So there we went 5 one-day matches. Sir, we came with a whitewash. 5-0. Then I was thinking that, my goodness, these British people, they ruled India hundreds of years. Today, Shekhar came with the blind team and we beat England team. So after that, still, students, we should be, for any kind of opportunity, we should be always hunger. So then only you can catch the facilities. So still I was very hungry. And 2012 T20 World Cup came and my coach and Patrick sir used to tell me always that, I think this scene you have seen in a 3 Idiots movie, every people will remember only one, first, not the second, not the third. Second, third people will remember for very short term. If you become a first ever T20 World Cup, people will recognize you, and after thousands of years ago later, people, if anybody asks who is the first ever T20 World Cup winner, then we can proudly say that my mother country, India. So, like that he used to motivate us, and finally, India versus Pakistan will be the final match. And it was so tense match, and we scored 258 runs, and they scored just 228 runs, and we won with the 30 runs, and that was the first ever T20 World Cup for India. So after that only, I came to know that people will call us, people will put garland on, and they'll felicitate us, they'll give gifts and all. So up to there, we have not won any titles. No, nobody, and especially blind cricket, nobody knows. There is no support for us. So then I thought that I'm still hunger. And 2014 World Cup, it was in South Africa, sir, Cape Town. So there also, again India versus Pakistan. Kya yaar, sabhi mein India Pakistani always fighting, arch rivals. So there is a small story I will tell, sir. I'm sorry, I think I'm taking more time. Sir, a final match, I won the toss and I told Pakistan to bat. And you know, in one innings, they scored 388 runs. Still, can you tell me, is that possible to chase? It is, yes, we are Indians always, yes. So, after one inning, sir, some of players are discussing in the dressing room that अरे क्या यार हम तो हार जाएंगे पाकिस्तान के साथ सब लोग हमको इंडिया जाने के बाद सभी लोग डांटेंगे and here that Pakistan manager he called Lahore चलो भाई रैली के लिए बस तैयार कर लो So that is overconfidence. And here our coach said that why you came to South Africa to play cricket? Just go there and do your duty. Without doing your duty, how can you judge that you are going to lose the match? So finally we went there, played. 5 wickets gone, sir. Last 11 overs, 142 runs required. Still it is possible? Yes. My goodness, that is the strength. So played, then 3 overs, 40 runs, 2 overs, 22 runs, 1 over, 11 runs. No bhaiya, 2 ball bacha ke, we have won the World Cup. So like that, you think that whenever you face any kind of problem, you should not think that, oh my God, this is not going to happen. You should have a very hard confidence on you. How it will come? Because of your hard work, because of your dedication, determination, concentration, focus. So we will make you a successful person. In 2017, I never ever expected. I played for country because of my mother's dream that I need to fulfill this. I was not having any kind of expectation. So 2017, government of India has recognized me with the 4th highest civilian award, Padma Shri. As a visually impaired person, from 0 to Padma Shri, I can reach. Why you can't? You can, right? So definitely, don't lose your hopes. Every day is a problem day. Face it, chase it, hit sixes for those problems.
Thank you so much, Shekhar. I think like every successful athlete, you remember everything from the 5th, 10th. First, I was just thinking, so he remembers each one. To you, Hakeem and Girish, I know we're running out of time, but to close it off, you're giving it back now through Winning Matters and through the swimming pool infra. What 1 or 2 things that you want to share in terms of solutions that you've also found for getting kids to play?
Well, I'll just quickly add to the challenges that Anand was describing, right? I mean, that's exactly what we're trying to solve. So on the people front, we realized that the teachers, not coaches, I mean teachers before coaches, that layer did not exist. Coaches only look at the competitive part of it, but the teachers, like school teachers, are meant to make you love the subject. And that was a key missing link, which then creates the fundamental and foundation to allow people to even move from being teachers to coaches if they want to. But then you have a different quality. So over the last 10 years, along with an Australian partner called OSWIM, that's the oldest teacher training organization in Australia, we've been training swim teachers in India. And so while we get competitive swimmers, many Olympians as well to become swim teachers, we've also got parents. So we've got lawyers, doctors, engineers from some of the top institutions. So, get people with good education backgrounds, with good communication skills. How do we bring them back into the industry to be the role models? And we also now been working with a few schools as well, on improving their ability to teach aquatic skills. So again, like Nandan was describing, the difference between, just teaching swimming and water safety, we are looking at also making the pool an extension of the classroom. There's how do you create aquatic literacy? How do we bring subjects of the classroom into the pool? So whether it's the conventional science, math, languages, how do you, or just bring all those principles into the pool area. So those are things which are work in progress as extensions. Infrastructure is another one, like Anand pointed out. I mean, we're trying to see how we are able to change the way you make spaces fun, safe, attractive. Big question is, how do we get more women to play sport, right? And not only take up sport, but stay in sport. And we see a lot of swimmers giving up. So there's again a part of education. So the brand of Swimming Matters has been working on advocacy. One of the first topics was talking about menstruation and how that needs to be tackled in a sport like swimming. One of the big reasons why girls give up swimming at a very young age. So So many different things that are underway, and long way to go.
I think good start though. I mean, education itself on different topics is the key to keep them playing, right? Girish, any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, as I said, the app is going to be, we've developed a full-fledged app for mind skills training for the athletes, and we've also tried to make it as inclusive as possible. We've included this coach and the parent also as part of the system, and the coach and parents can see the progress made by the child on the app. And we're also developing some curriculum, some mind skills training for the parents and coaches also. As you mentioned earlier, parents and coaches are also under a lot of stress. They have to choose, help the child to choose between their career and the sport. So that's a big choice they need to make, and some of them they really don't know what to do. So instead of panicking, this app will help them to stay calm and understand, give the child a little more time, understand what he's good at and how he needs to progress, and also not live their lives through their kids. That is one of the most important aspects which I wanted to touch upon. So this is an inclusive program for athletes, parents and coaches, and it teaches a lot of techniques like visualization, imagery, and some exercises and techniques that help you to stay calm. It helps you to manage your key parameters like anxiety, focus, motivation, confidence. These are the basic parameters which need to be managed. And then we have to also teach them complex themes which are in the works. So this way, I think the fourth piece will get plugged with skills, physical training, and tactics and strategy, getting a lot of importance. Mind skills training is going to be helping them to manage all these three activities.
Absolutely. Thank you again. That was an insightful conversation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope the audience enjoyed it too. Please give them a round of applause. And thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I wanted to give this cricket ball to Sports Village. Guys, this is the cricket ball which we use for play. So this ball I am giving to sir.
Thank you, Vijay, and panelists for a great session, and another round of applause for Shekhar Nayak for his gripping account of on-ground cricket, kept us on the edges of the seats. So it is time for a short tea break, but I'm going to leave you with this question I asked early on. What is common between sports and theatre? The answer was play. Why? So why play is common to both sports and theatre? This came in as the early questions people are asking. I'm not asking for answers now, but at tea, you can come up to me and tell me what you think of it, and we'll continue to play with it until the very end. But that's a question for you. So tea break, 10 minutes only. We are behind time by almost 7 minutes, and if you can come back in 10 minutes, I think it will help the progression better. Thank you.
spent so much time meeting and talking to school principals in my life. Right, but I am, and now I have on my panel 2 school principals. It's an interesting set of names. We have a lot of prosperity. We have 2 Lakshmis, 1 Ujjwal, 1 Ravi. It's a lot of prosperity and growth in this list. So let me just call them one by one. No particular order. Sita Lakshmi Karta, principal of the Euro School, Banargata. 28 years of experience, please. 28 years of experience as educator, believes in a big balance of sports and academics. Ma'am, welcome. Thank you. Please have it. Please. Lakshmi Prakash, founding principal of MS Dhoni School, studied up from scratch, 4 years. Welcome, ma'am. Again, both of them are accomplished educators, accomplished at balancing sports and academics and meeting parents' conflicting needs. Thank you again for being here. We have a student, Ujjwal Yadav. Ujjwal. Ujjwal is a student at IIM Bangalore. Welcome, Ujjwal. Ujjwal has been playing hockey since he was 8 and played multiple international tournaments as well. And at IMB also you are playing. So let's talk about how that's working out. And we have somebody who's a dear friend, was a batch senior at IIM Bangalore, then went and did another MBA at Wharton because he thought IIM Bangalore wasn't good enough. Ravi Kalail, who's now the CEO of Plato, co-founder and CEO of Plato. They make wonderful sports shoes. Ravi, please. Thank you, Ravi. So, first of all, to the school leaders, growing up, my mother retired as a school head teacher at a municipal school in Dharavi. It's one of the biggest slums in Mumbai. And as a boy growing up, I never appreciated what a mom does. Most boys don't do, right? But after I started working with schools and meeting school principals and seeing what it takes to run a school and manage all these conflicting stakeholders of trustees, principals, parents, kids of different types, objectives, academics, non-academics, my respect for school leaders has really gone up. I think you folks do a more complex job than CEOs of companies do. So thank you again. A big hand for them, please. No, really mean it. I went and told my mom that now I respect what you did. As a kid, I did not. So let me start with that. This balancing sports and academics is the context, and what I'm going to do is play the role of a cynical parent who doesn't believe in this notion of balance. And and I think there are parents here who obviously believe, and that's why they're here. But there are a lot of them who also have questions, who are not fully sure. And the more important parents are parents who are not in this room, who don't believe. And how do you get those voices into these conversations, and how do you address those questions? Because sometimes those questions get addressed in dining room conversations. Those questions get addressed in society parking lots. They're not addressed in formal context. But we need to empower people with the possible answers so that the cynical becomes the not so cynical. Let me first start with that, but maybe get your opening thoughts on this whole notion of balance of sports and academics. As a school leader, multiple challenges, how do you see this notion of balance of sports and academics, or is that not an issue at all for you?
Thank you for this wonderful forum that you've created, balancing sports and academics. What happens here is people take sports for granted. Growing up, I know for a fact that when I was in school, I remember playing is just a normal scenario. Okay, you want to play, you play. And there was no structure given except for the fact that you want to play, only those children who are taken who are showing that interest. Now, being in Euro School, I'm principal of Euro School Banargata, and I know that we have our motto said as discover yourself and child first. So how do I make this happen to the fullest in giving all of them a very balanced kind of a curriculum is what we intend focusing here as well, and that is why we started focusing on sports as well within the curriculum. So that parents don't have to take them to other places for any training, because we are a day boarding.
Correct. And so that's part of the proposition the parent is told before they sign up the child to the school.
Absolutely, absolutely. And unlike the 2:30 where children are left, we have children waiting till say 4:15. So we have something called the Aspire, where we have the sports also, the Explore, Elevate, as well as something called Excel, which we have yet to start. But Explore is where we tell children to explore certain sports, and whatever they like, finally they choose. And then we go on to Elevate, where in other schools where parents choose that's given as an option. But in our school, everybody chooses Elevate. So we push them to do this because we also want to see that children are enjoying both school, the academic part of it, as well as the sports. So we come from there, and that is why for us it is very close to heart that there is a balance of sports as well as
a parent, I'm saying, I send my kids to school to study. I don't send them to play sports. So why are you wasting time away from academics? And some people seem to agree with that as well, by the way. Right? On a serious note, I think some of these questions are not being asked.
Yeah.
They're there.
So I would only ask the parent that we've gone to school. We've learned health is wealth. We've learned a sound mind in a sound body.
All that I'll do after school, ma'am. You please study.
So how many of them actually have the time or the money to go and invest more?
That's because you give so much homework also.
No, we do homework at school.
Okay.
We finish assignments. Yes. And that's why we say that, because it is so important to have a sound mind and a sound body, sports plays a very, very important role. And we've also realized that the 21st learning skills, the century learning skills that we talk about, resilience, we talk about critical thinking, we talk about problem solving, we talk about team building, and even interpersonal skills, you get it from sports. I mean, the time management, the way you look at it, we say that have both.
How did you convince cynical parents like me? I'm sure people would have come to you and say, I'm going to put my child in your school, but not so much sport. Reduce the sport, I'll put my child.
No, we say that this is it, take it.
Or take it or leave it?
I don't want to be so blunt, but this is our ethos. This is what we believe in. There is no option of not taking sports. Sports is a part of our
curriculum. Did you play sport as a child?
Absolutely. I was in basketball, as well as I played some hockey. So yeah, I know what it was.
Do a lot of principals play sport?
Many of them do, I'm sure. It's just that when you become a principal and you wear this clad sari and walk around, people mistake you. But
with a straight face.
Absolutely, a poker face. But we are there. We are there to encourage sports, and we are there also to say that yes, I've gone and tried my hand now in basketball, and many of the kids do see that I do a little bit of dribbling, and tell them that I was at one point of time, kind of thing. But I feel this is a very, very important thing, because now even the boards are focusing a lot on sports.
Let's go to the other principal on this panel. Ma'am, your school is called MS Dhoni, so I guess there is some expectation right from the time people knock on the door.
Oh yes, we are very well aware of that. Let me begin with what I have to convey to you. One of the main visions of our, our mentor MS Dhoni and our chairman sir is to turn this notion of balancing academics and sports into a reality. Being very frank with you, the journey of our mentor from a student athlete to being one of the greatest, minds in the sports is only because he developed something called as mental agility, which we firmly believe in, the ability to, the balance his academics and sports very effectively. We are very firm believers that these are the set of skills which helps the children to, make quick decision-making skills, manage their time well, remain calm under pressure, and also take, wise decisions. And these skills not only help them in sports, but also in academics. And we just don't advocate this kind of a balanced approach. We also tell them how to make it a reality by way of life. Now, the biggest challenge that I face is to get my stakeholders, including the students and parents, to believe, to have a mind, a shift in the mindset. Now, when I talk about a shift in the mindset, it is the belief that they need to have about the role of sports in education. Now, traditionally speaking, sports and academics were competing priorities. As a matter of fact, they actually complement each other, if you see. They actually complement each other, and that's what we strive to. When you're talking as a cynical parent to ma'am, I was just talking about, this is what I tell the cynical parent, that when we were growing up, we never got these opportunities for our teachers to tell us that, listen, you are good in this, I think you need to pursue this further. I may not become a star athlete, but definitely sports will teach me, as one of my students said, focus and discipline. And the most important aspect, we as students, as principals, we want our students to develop is resilience. Because it's not a very good world out. It's a very, very challenging world. And the ability to have a high level of perseverance and resilience is what we want them to develop. They may not excel in sports, but sports will teach you a lot of things which academics cannot. And that's what we want our students to develop.
Let me continue with my role play. But all this is fine, but then can you reduce the academic load?
You know what we do?
The same, but my child is now playing sports.
I'll tell you something. I have been on the other side of the place also. I have been a parent. I have a 21-year-old child who's who's accompanied me to the school. So I have been a parent, I have been a teacher, I have been a coordinator as well. So I know exactly how the parents think. In our school, parents are our partners. We have a very transparent relationship with our parents, setting very clear expectations, and we share the fact that your student has the potential to do it. He has the capabilities. You just need to work with us to help the child to set the priorities, and we as teachers are there to help them excel him in whichever field he wants. We believe that every child has a capability and the potential. We are here to help him harness that capability. We will provide the opportunities, and we provide the clarity to the parent to see the opportunity along with us. And believe me, all the parents do. Most of the parents are very, very accommodative. It's just that we as educators and school leaders don't give that clarity. Parents actually respect a very, very transparent relationship with our school.
Interesting. So, some of these things are great to hear, but things break when at a critical point, like there are exams tomorrow or day after, and there's a tournament today.
Yeah, Soumil, as I told you, we have a very transparent relationship with our parents and also our teachers. We constantly monitor these students who excel in sports, and if there is an academic aspect which can be compromised for the child to excel in sports or to participate in an opportunity, we are way happy to compromise on that.
So you
we
adjust
are
the
more
timetable?
than willing. We are more than willing to support the
How
child.
do you do that? So you adjust the timetable, adjust the exams, adjust the learning?
It's all in our hands. Everything is possible. Every single thing is possible. Exams are just a matter of testing how far they know it. And since it's an internal, accommodation that can be done, and I think as long as we as school leaders and teachers are ready to support the students in, excelling in every opportunities that come by, the students are in the right place.
It's interesting. Actually, I don't know if Deepthi is here. Deepthi and I were part of this, what is it called? National Sports Education Board Expert Committee, and she led a research across 1,000 odd athletes. And one of the single most important piece that came out was the need for flexibility for student athletes to pursue. And therefore that came back to schools, because they are finally the people who are enabling it. And there are parents like me in my role who say, hey, you know what, exam is more important. But if a principal says that with confidence that we'll cover the academics part, and there's a sports coach who's kind of covering the sports part, then it just helps you de-risk that whole notion of...
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think it's just an effort that we as stakeholders need to take in the willingness to accept and change our mindset towards sports.
May I add something? As Lakshmi just said, it's a change in mindset. Earlier it was not there, and also how many parents actually have made that shift now. Most of them want their children to excel, just not in academics but even in sports. And I think, as she rightly said, it's left with the school how to accommodate. And if we can, why not? We definitely do tell them that yes, this is important, but if they are going for nationals or say international, or they're representing even district, or we definitely give them that opportunity to go, and we'll see how to cover their academics later on.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Let me ask a student now. So Ujjwal, you've been playing and you're here, so I presume you kind of found a way to balance sports and academics.
Yeah.
Tell us more about how you managed it.
So, firstly, it's a really good opportunity to be sitting with some of the principals over here.
You never thought that will happen, right?
I'm still a student and sitting with principals, that's a really good opportunity. And speaking about balancing academics and sports, so as ma'am already mentioned, schools actually accommodate few of the exams or academic activities for students. I have myself experienced the same thing. So if it is in the capacity of the school does. So few of the teachers and principals have been really supporting in all those endeavors. If the student is going to a really good opportunity, which obviously cannot be accommodated because it is on a state level or a national level. So the school actually helps a student go forward in their sporting career. So it is a really good thing which schools have been doing. I have been part of a school which was almost 10 years back, but still it's a nice thing.
How are you managing at IMB?
So at IMB, the curriculum is very different. So we have been playing 2 or 3 tournaments over a year. So initial few days or few terms we would say are a bit more hectic, or there are too many things that we have to do initially. But that also needs to be balanced appropriately with the sporting culture, because as you know, across all the IIMs, Bangalore is the best sporting campus that is there.
Yay.
So you have to keep up that legacy between all the other IIMs. You have to play sports, and there are almost 20 or 25 different sports that our institute plays. So along with that, the normal curriculum which is there, because we have to anyways prepare ourselves for the corporates. So there are internships, summer placements that goes on, courses and everything. Apart from that, we have to also manage our sporting activities.
Actually, let me ask you on that. Do you think playing helps you get a better job?
Yeah, it does. Because if I have to give an example of mine, so my CV, the first point in the extracurriculars was that I am a national hockey player.
So why did it help you get a better job?
Which is a point of a discussion between the interview. Like one of my interview.
इसका मतलब हिल से तूने पढ़ाया नहीं किया? You didn't study in class. You played.
But the things which were related to studies were already mentioned over there. So it kinds of gives them a balance that this particular individual can balance both the things altogether. Like apart from being academically proven in whatever field they have been doing, engineering or whatsoever, they have also tried to do something else for their growth. Basically, they have took a sport which they have played to a decent level, which shows that they have that resilience, that discipline in their career, and they can manage stress better as compared to any other individual. Because till school or whatever academics that is there in school, it is a normal exam, like normal studies and exams that goes around. But for a student to prepare themselves for stress situations, sports is a very good opportunity, because after school you get into competitive exams where stress handling is very important, which I think sports gives you a very good understanding how to do that.
So telling the students that already they are under stress at 8, 9, 10, 100, अभी आगे और आने वाला है.
हाँ, मतलब they should know that this is not the stress that they.
This is not. ये कुछ नहीं है. This is nothing. और आने वाला है. Please play and you'll be able to handle it better.
They have to see a lot more moving forward in competitive exams and.
I don't know if you're scaring them or you're.
No, I'm not scaring them.
Ravi, let me come to you. Ravi, you are now the co-founder and CEO of a fantastic company called Plato, which makes wonderful shoes, which is trying to get play a part of kids' lives. Talk to us about how you see, and you've been talking to school leaders for the last now 3-4 years. How are you seeing this response from school leaders, this balance of sports and academics? You and I have played here in campus.
Yeah. In fact, I feel strange sitting here and talking to a large audience like this, because I was in the bottom quartile of the class here. So sitting here and advising people how to make life work is surreal. But I just want to address this, when we started Plato, it was with a simple mission to bring the joy of play to every Indian child. We've now expanded it to every person. But it was to solve the problem around making good footwear for children to go and play in schools, and just forget about footwear, wear it, because it has an impact on how well they play. So that was a simple mission with which we started it. Now, one of the things that we've been doing is in the last 2-3 years, I've visited over 1,000 schools and met school principals, and the discourse is about, the debate is about academics versus, play. And I think whenever you have to make progress, and this is seen in the world and for centuries together, progress only happens if you solve conflicts. What I mean by that is play has to go along with academics. And there is enough, when we talk to parents, in fact, before we started the company, we met over 100 parents and talked to them about, what is it that you want for your child, just to understand. And the first thing they'll say is, we want them to do well in school. Correct? We agree with that. Why do you want them to do well in school? The next thing is that, hey, we want them to do well and get a good job and, do well in life. And you quiz them further, they'll say, we just want them to be happy. And you ask a child, hey, what makes you happy? The first thing they say is play. So if it is the easiest way to get someone to be happy, why don't you kind of get them straight into play? So what I've realized is, just from my career, long one, play has its impact on academics. It helps you learn better. Just, the focus is one of those things, which, you're a badminton player, and if you're on a court, you're not thinking about what happened earlier, what happened later. In fact, you're at the moment. You have to forget what point you lost in the last rally, isn't it? So that is one. That is the only way to teach kids focus, because telling a kid to just focus on studies for 1 hour, it's actually futile. I am a parent of 2 kids, and I've gone through this. I just let them go and play, and then you figure out what happens later. In fact. And they've all turned out to be doing well, in fact. The second part is in terms of doing well in life. I worked at Nike for 18 years, and every person we hire, we look at, are they involved in sport? Are they involved in play? The reason is because as the qualities that you're taught in terms of resilience, creativity, everything comes through play, because at the spur of a moment, you've got to make decisions on whether to move left or right. And a lot of times in life, when you face a situation like that, if you have had practice in a similar situation earlier, you tend to do it, make it a lot more easier. Resilience is another one. I see a lot of kids going through mental health issues. It comes from this problem of, am I good enough? Am I good enough to, can I take defeat? And when you play, you're doing that every minute, isn't it? One point you've lost, one you've gained. And you practice this more and more, you will realize that, hey, it comes naturally to you. If I fail in a job, it's okay, I'll go find another thing to do. That is the important part of it. And then you find that through this, you will find joy. Unfortunately, the entire debate is on, hey, can we balance both? It's not about balance. You've got to find a way to do this. And there will be conflicts, and you've got to give something up to make play happen. That is what I think parents need to realize, that you're not going to give up their child's happiness. In fact, it will make them happier if you get them to engage in sport or play. The other thing I want to address is a lot of conversation here has happened around, getting people to win medals and this thing. 95% of the kids are not going to be that. And that is what, that is the population you want to focus on.
Maybe 99.9%.
Yeah. So that is the population you want to focus on. How do you use play as a medium to get them to a better place in life?
Nice. So before you open up for some questions, one wish list from each one of you. If you wanted to get more kids to play and you could wish for anything, what would you wish for? You're already the queen of your kingdom called Euro School. Now let's say the queen of the world. What would you wish for?
I wish there are more stadiums and parks for children to play.
More playground.
Because I feel that is lacking everywhere, and if I were given a chance, I would do that, because obviously you would see a lot of happiness in children's face the moment you tell them, okay, it's playtime. I can see my grade 8 and 9 just raring to go, and I wish that happens rather than having everything, built up in the vacant spaces. There should be some things where children have easy access to good sports ground. Yes.
Nice. Ravi?
Yeah, I think there's too much structure in play that's creeping in. And if I had one wish list, in fact, a lot of work we do is with PE teachers to kind of bring unstructured play into it. The reason being that if you put too much structure, it just becomes another classroom. It's just that not inside a building, it's outside. And children hate too much structure growing up. I think that's an important part of making kids play. And I think this idea of lack of structure scares people, parents and teachers, but the biggest joy comes out of that, because this is one where you learn empathy and exclusion. I'm just talking from my own life. I was not a great skilled cricketer, but I used to go play for 11 years. I would cycle 8 kilometers one way just to play and come back. But the joy of being given that 1 over to bowl, it actually increases your self-worth by multiples. And that's what I think you require in unstructured play. The other part is, I think one of the girls here who was on the panel spoke about inclusion. There's too much division based on skill, We just need kids to play based on whatever level they are. And that teaches you empathy. In fact, that is the biggest thing. And much later in life, I realized that when I see someone in my office not able to match someone else, I spend time to kind of coach them and improve. And that comes from the fact that someone gave me an over to bowl when I was not that skilled enough. That is important. Second one is we work with this idea of girls playing. Yeah. It is such an important part, and I think it's getting ignored. I have seen one of my biggest regrets is now when I look at it. I grew up in a small city. My sister did not have the chance to go and play as much as I did, and my biggest regret is at that time I didn't have the maturity to kind of address that. I didn't have the maturity to address that. So this inclusion of girls in playing, it's pretty important. In fact, I'm very happy to say that we have partnered with a program called Nani Kali, and I think Saurav made the introduction. Thanks to that, we have served 180,000 girls in government schools, and to bring them back into play. And that's just happened because the mission is around play. I think that's what I think we need to do. If there was one wish, long one, it is this.
Yeah, set of wishes. I mean, there are two school leaders here, so structure, unstructured, balance is probably one thing that's going to come back at you. But ma'am?
Yes, I completely believe in what ma'am said. Is like my 8th, 9th and 10th graders, they say that if a teacher is absent, can you give us an additional game spirit? Because I am firmly believe it, sir, as well. Play is the only thing that makes them happy. Given that fact, I would want parents to emphasize going out and playing on a daily basis, because it teaches them a lot of things. It's a big stress buster for our students. And also emphasize girls going out and playing, because many a times they are made to sit in and then say no, because of the physical issues. I wouldn't want that to be a deterrent for them to go out and play. It should be just a source of happiness for them. And I would like to believe that those students who go out and play have very high self-esteem compared to a child who doesn't get involved in play. It is seen and tested and tried, and we all teachers see a complete difference in their personalities as well. Yeah. Looking at the kids who came here, they may not be star athletes, but they have always got involved in play and physical activities from a very, very young age. So their personality is completely different from those who haven't. And if we have to orient our students, I think parents also need to work with us in emphasizing the fact to go out and play.
Oh, fascinating. We did some study around girls and why they play, why they don't. One was the whole issue of safety and that context. Other reason that came out was boys play for more physicality and skills, girls play for more social and being together. So the reasons you play are also very different. Therefore, the people who are enabling play need to make sure that you are talking to that reason. If you go with physicality for girls, you're not talking to the reason they're coming out to play. It's
exactly. And what we do is we also ensure that the boys and girls play the same game together, so that there's inclusivity and acceptance that girls are equally good and capable and talented as boys. And I think it's both way. It's a both way street. Boys also need to accept the fact, and the girls also need to gain that confidence that they are as good as boys as well.
I must say, as a boy growing up, I was not very in favor of having girls play with us, okay?
So we make it mandatory so that they develop the right attitude. I think it's also an acceptance, and that's inclusivity is needed by even if you're a girl or a boy, and that's something that we need to inculcate.
Well, your wish list.
So like me, basically I come from a tier 2 city. So I was very fortunate that my school had few of the basic decent sporting infrastructure. But few of my friends do not have that particular thing in their school. So they do not even have a normal playing ground for playing any sport. So the wish that I would have is normal, decent sporting infrastructure for every school which is there in the country. Because the sporting instinct develops during the school. So if at all we provide everything during the school, so then we'll have better sports person. Because if you see we competing at the Olympic level, the countries which are winning more medals are just because they have a better sporting infrastructure. So if we improve that, this will be a very good opportunity for our country as a whole.
Maybe we have a chance for a single or two questions. Anybody? Vijay, you have a question? Vijay, you're supposed to have the answers.
Quick one to the school principals. When can we get play or sport as a subject in the marks card? So that, just like when they say your kid is not doing well in math, physics, English, they need to go for coaching classes, they need to improve. Imagine, I'll be the happiest if a child they're not playing enough, physical, athletic ability and things like that. If one of you can.
So we have assessments in sports as well. And I think your question is, how do we assess them, isn't it?
Make it mandatory as...
Absolutely. So we have assessments done for children. And parents, when they come for the PTM, that is parent-teachers meeting, they meet with all the coaches, those who are dealing with the child, be it performing arts, be it any other indoor sport or outdoor sport. And the coaches actually tell them where the child stands and where he needs to improve or she needs to improve. Yes, you do have children who, as Lakshmi just rightly pointed, that there are some girls who don't participate, even that is told. So what we have done is, they have to participate, you have to mark them present or absent. They may be present in school, but if they are absent for sport, I said put absent, because you need to know that they have to be a part of the game. You have to tell, that they were present, they have done well, and this is where the child stands, because you have something called the goal settings. Where do you see the child after, say, 2-3 months? And this is a mandate in our school.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello Vijay sir, how are you?
Good.
Yes. So you have already visited our school, so you know how we work. I have a very vibrant sports set of teachers who also, as ma'am said, during our PTMs, in fact, we don't even, we allow our parents to meet our sport coaches on a regular basis. We don't just wait for our PTMs to do it. A PTM is just for the day where our busy parents don't have time, so we schedule a time for them to come and meet us. But my trained sports set of teachers are always willing to give that feedback to the parents as to how each of the students are progressing. And rightly said, in our progress card we do have grades as which is consolidated by the regular assessments that we do on a daily basis. And moving forward, we're planning to calendarize the entire sports event in our academic calendar, so that the parent knows which are the events that we're going to have and how they can approach us in order to help their child excel in sports.
Yes.
Thank you.
Before we go on to the question, I think I must tell what Mr. Ravi had said, when you put too much of structure to any game, the passion is lost. And what I would always say is, go with a sport that you love the most. Don't go with something that is given to you. Although we say in early years, you need to explore sports, so you give many more sports, but after you reach 5 or 6, choose a sport that you want to play and excel in that, so then you know that it's your dream. That's come true. I agree with that.
Thank you, panelists.
Thank you. We have a small token of thank you for each one of you.
Thank you, Samuel and the panelists. Wonderful session on educators' view on getting children to play. And I will maybe give few take-homes after the next panel because we are running behind time. So let me just breeze through. Scaling impact through sports. I happen to be the moderator for this. And just as in the earlier panels, we have been able to put together a brilliant set of panelists. I've been told to make it quick, but 40 minutes is what we will take given the names I have on this. So let me just invite the panelists first and then give you the context of what this panel is about. And I did mention earlier on. Annie George, Sustainability Leader of Decathlon India. Dilip Kumar, Investor, Rainmatter Health. Shaina Ganpati, Head of Community Outreach Initiatives, Embassy Group. Sri Krishna Sridhar Murthy, Co-founder and CEO of Sattva Consulting. And Deepthi Bopaiya, CEO of Go Sports Foundation. First off, thank you for making your way here and being, some of you have been here since morning. Let me give you a quick context of this panel, and we've been speaking about child-centric play, youth-centric context, and unlocking resources, finding right areas to invest and spend is a big part of scaling impact through sports. And some of these people here have a view on that, and they are all here because they are for sport, as you can tell, and they have been doing that in their own little way. But I'm sure they will have adversarial views also, and some of you have been investing in various themes. It'll be good to contrast some of that as well. But let me give you scaling sports in a context requires broad basing of sport. Sport should not be seen as in vertical, but actually getting into a number of other themes. And scaling usually is a attribute which is handled by markets or government. In sports, it's largely a governmental context because we have millions of kids that go to government schools, and scaling sport necessarily involves government schools and public infrastructure in all that. And of course, the social sector, and some of that is represented by this group here, straddles between the two, what market is able to offer and what government is able to do, and whatever in between the stools hopefully gets picked up by the social sector in some way. And sports necessarily requires this straddling, unlike, so markets have been kind enough for elite sports. We see, I mean, there's $25 billion numbers I read somewhere growing at some 20% clip every year, but most of it is in media spend, media rights, IPL, properties on top, and we know all of that. Government has come out with policies, lots of policy, but last mile is a gap. Budgets are there, they're not getting spent, and especially physical education. There are no physical education teachers in schools. Access to sport is a big challenge, and what could social sector do? Now, also, the other fact I'm going to challenge our panelists here as well, that, you know, getting children to play, and number one reason when we spoke to kids, why do they play? They play for fun. Now, who cares? Who wants to pay for having kids fun? What does it mean, right? What does it even mean that you have fun while you do something, and why would you pay for it? Right? So, but that's a real reason why children, and over time some of us have played and continue to play. So let me just leave this out, and maybe I have some more points, but I'll cover them along the way, given that we have a great panel here. So let me start with Krishna, given that you have slightly more broader view on competing themes, and I remember a few years back in his office, he asking or challenging us with a question that if we have 100 crores to invest, could the category of sports absorb that? Do you have the capacity to absorb it, even if you raise that much of money? You still hold that view, and has anything changed since? Or what are your views on that?
When was that? Before you came to the office. Deepthi said I'll absorb. So firstly, Parminder, thanks, and wonderful to be here, and a great conference. And I just want to make sure we also involve all the kids. It's not get kids to sleep, but get kids to play. So I hope, and I really wish the kids also can ask questions and challenge us, because all the new ideas are going to come, from you guys, right? I just want to, if any of the kids can answer the question of what is the batting average. You've seen batting average, right? Virat Kohli batting average, this batsman batting average, that batsman batting average. Do you guys know what is the batting average? Yeah, what is the batting average? Right? Thank you so much. What is your name? Sriman. Keemat. Can anybody say he doesn't know math? Right? Was it sports or math just now? Sports or maths? But he was talking about averages and ratios. Right? So, and that's the intersection, we're all kind of looking for. And in preparation for this conversation, I was looking at some data, because we look at data at Satwa, and what I found today morning was very, very interesting, and it actually surprised me as well. The good news I'll give you is, CSR in India, as you all know, is where investment is happening, and, in the first year of CSR, only 58 crores was spent in sports. In the last year, it was about close to 500 crores, right? So that means it's on a significantly upward turn, right? So there's no question about it. And I know we are talking about 2% or so going into sports, but that's also the amount of money going into clean drinking water in India. So, you should not be too disappointed with that number. It can be higher, but that's kind of what it is. But for me, what was very interesting is a lot of that money is coming from PSUs and some of the large oil and gas companies. The sector that invests the most in education in India, in CSR, is IT. And they are completely missing from the sports investment. In my top 10 industries, there's just no IT. So the clear guidance for all of us is to please talk to the IT industry. And I don't know how many people from IT industry are even in this room. I'm surprised, in the sense that, if you're representing the CSR, kind of ecosystem or in any conference. Right? So very few compared to the oil and gas industry, compared to the, the energy industry. There are very, very few, in the banking industry, there's lots of other industries. So clearly we need to get newer donors. Where the money is, we need to kind of go and, kind of engage. And I feel that's the opportunity, we are sitting on. The second is, I think now, definitely more organizations, and Parminder, I was telling you just outside, in the last 24 hours, this is the third conference on sports Satwa is participating in. Last evening, we hosted something with Thai, Singapore, and OJQ and everybody in Singapore. And two of my other leadership members are in Oscar Foundation's event in Bombay right now as we speak with Sara Tenulkar and everybody else, talk. So clearly there's a conversation about sports. But I think my only, hope would be that, and this is a pet peeve that we've discussed a few times, that we need to play this like a team sports within the sports ecosystem than an individual sports. I think a lot of us are going after sports as an ecosystem, in little more silos. I think this is a team sports game. If you have to build an ecosystem, help all the kids do that and find intersectionalities with education, especially education. And few of the other areas, I think there's a huge opportunity. But the data clearly suggests that we are on the upswing, even from the performance in Olympics and so many other places. This is a great time to be talking about sports, in India.
No, thank you for that reaffirmation. On the partnerships and playing as a team, for long, we have felt that there has been this scarcity of resources for long years and continues to be there. So the partners themselves are fairly insecure. So I don't know how far that team play is possible. So right incentives have to be put in place before that can happen, and maybe I'll come back to you on more on that. But let's take some of the things that you touched on, and maybe I'll go to Shaina and Annie in that order. In terms of, they have been investing in sports from a CSR standpoint, and pretty much part of the 2% and beyond, which Krishna refers to. So what were the drivers for you? Why did you choose to invest in sports, A, and B, in the area that you chose? In this case, it is at a school level, community level, and so on and so forth. There are multiple sports, a big value chain. You could invest on top of the curve, top of the pyramid, or at the bottom. Why did you choose that, China?
So I think our ecosystem for CSR sports is in 4 areas. One is the elite sports. As a group, we inherited an equestrian center 30 years ago, and that sort of started a very intense journey for us to bring a team gold for India from the Olympics. That's the goal. So over the years, there is a significant CSR investment going into training an elite, team that participates currently in the Asian Games, and one time they've been qualified into the Olympics as well. So that continues. While that's one side of the spectrum, the other area I think previous panelists touched upon is sports infrastructure. We had an opportunity to support a rifle range at the Ashwini Nachapa's foundation in Coog, with a view that, we build infrastructure. It's a chicken and egg story. You can always complain about India not doing well, but can we then, put our money where our mouth is and do something about it? So that was an opportunity, great partnership, and she continues to thrive in that area. We're looking at more work, hopefully in a grassroots level athletic program with her, and a hockey program. The other, and I think the core of our work, is education. And earlier the panel mentioned that education and sports are not connected. We've altered that slightly with a great partnership with Sports Village Foundation. Over the last 8 years, we've worked intensely with government school children, where we bring in sports curriculum to the children with a view that they play, and they're not, beaten or, made into, the sports teachers typically, if I can put it crudely, beat the children sometimes. And they're also people that, keep the discipline in schools. That's their other role. So we saw that pretty much, across schools, and we approached Parminder at that time, where we designed a program that is, first of all, a kind, caring, safe environment for government school children to enjoy, not just PT in the typical sense, but a sports program that also creates leadership. And as you all know, post-COVID, children went through a lot. And a lot of it started showing in the classrooms. And for us, the sports program that we offer today by the foundation, Sports Village Foundation, is designed to also manage their mental wellness, create that whole ecosystem where there's a lot of play, but there's also a lot of good skill development going on. So that's the other aspect. And the last bucket that we do as part of our CSR and our outreach at Embassy is that we are fortunate to be in a position where a lot of GCCs are housed in our tech parks. So this gives us access. So we've used this responsibly. We have a series of thought leadership programs within our tech parks where we encourage other corporates to give back to sports. And we do this through forums. It's a lot of push to get the right people in the room. Sometimes it's government, sometimes it's cricket voices like Sunil Gavaskar, or Olympians, my chairman who's had a long tryst with equestrian. A lot of us sit in the room and actually educate the rest of the corporates to think about giving back, but also to give back collaboratively. I like your analogy of a team. Our core messaging through our thought leadership platforms is, can we just get together and fix this problem. Whether it's grassroots level, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's working with schools like the government schools that need help, let's not just keep talking, let's put some action plans and get it rolling. So that's our ecosystem for CSR and sports.
Thank you. So that brings me to Annie, in terms of your, Decathlon is one of the largest sports retailers in the world. Am I surprised you are into sports in CSR?
So I guess, that also can be asked. So yeah, for us it's very organic to be in sport, but we can be challenged to say that, should it be only sports? But interestingly, when we decided, or this was of course way before CSR came into our, portfolio, we kind of were trying to figure out where should we invest in, or what could be a good area for Decathlon in India to work in. And we worked with Satva. We did a very, very intense engagement on grassroots to find out what could be that need that we could address. So of course India has a lot of development needs, but with our strengths and with our interest as well. And we found out that there were a couple of places that we could probably invest in. And one of them was, of course, children at school. And this, it's great to be here and to hear this kind of inclusion of sport in school, and hearing the principals, talk about the balance. It's a good evolution, but when you go towards the grassroots, or you go towards the villages, it's not the same story. So when we went over there, we understood that yes, a little bit of play could be part of their engagement, but it was not formalized at all. So that structure and how much to structure and how much not is also something that we have to look when we look across the system. And we said that, okay, maybe this is some place where we could engage, bring sport to them, because they have different reasons because of which they are not engaging. It could be access, it could be affordability, it could be anything. So we said, okay, if we want to do our first activity, maybe this is a good place that we can start with. And we decided that that would be our first program. And then we developed the Sports for School Children program, where initially it was actually a teammate engagement. Our teammates used to go and engage with the children, but then we said that that's a little too unstructured and it's not kind of reaching anywhere, and we should formalize it. But alongside that, since 13, 14 years, we had also been investing with these youth who were invested with sports. So we found that there were people who are invested and who have spent their time and who are excelling in sport, but they were not able to be employable. So we said, okay, so what can we do over there? We said, okay, maybe for these people, we could kind of come up with a program which could be an enabler for them to enter mainstream. So that's kind of how we decided that we will come in. And of course, from initially it was more where we are to now probably where we are not, now that we have the confidence. And we're also looking at a few other scopes, but yes, I think it is, we're very happy that we are investing in sports.
Thanks. I think that, the idea of, and I think heard Shana say education and over here, whether it's youth employability and things like that, where you invested in. So I think sports for non-sporting outcomes is one important area of broad-basing sport. And how do we do that? I think it's a question. So let me go to Deepti, and I'll come to you, Dilip, in the end, because I think we'll get some of these inputs, and then maybe you can speak to that better. So Deepti, while we have these competing themes that Krishna mentioned in terms of in the same pie, the percentage of spent sports gets, there's also this notion that, and Shana did mention, they invest in elite sports as well as at the grassroots. Both are important, and so there is also this view that perhaps there are pockets within sports that compete with each other in terms of the spend that they can garner and get from corporations. Now, you work at the elite athlete development side. what has been your experience in terms of raising resources, unlocking funding for that area? It seems that you have it easy. Is it?
Really?
Between the different players.
Yeah, in 16 years it's easy now. Definitely not easy in our early days. I think the whole concept of why sport, right? Because sport is always kept separately. It's not sitting in as an intersection of education, of gender, of inclusion. It's always sitting separately. So even when you go and talk to corporates, they'll say, but we don't do sports. But you have women's empowerment, you have inclusion, you have all these other themes that you've mandated. So why can't sports sit at the intersection of all of that? We just happen to use athletes to get to those outcomes. So in the last 16 years of us, as Go Sports, we've seen that narrative change along the way. And I think when we started, the belief was that Indians cannot do well at elite sport. We could do well in cricket, we could be the best engineers, best doctors, best scientists, best everything, but sports, I don't think we're physically there. So you needed a lot of these role models to come up and prove that it's possible. So when Abhinav Bindra won that elusive Olympic gold medal, suddenly you're like, oh, we can win a gold medal in Olympics in shooting. And this whole concept of you have to come from a humble background and only that. So many myths were shattered in 2008, along the same year that IPL got formed, right? I mean, 2008 had two big moments for Indian sport. But cut to conversations today with corporates, it's very, very different, because I think the government is coming in a big way. There are, your Khelo India scheme, you have your Target Olympic Podium scheme. So there is money coming to elite athletes. If you're a good athlete playing in the priority sports, you will get support. But I think the problem we're trying to solve is twofold, that out of the 33 events that happen at the Olympics, disciplines that happen, India participates only in about 15 of them. So we don't have people participating in many of the events that are actually there, that are medal events. So we are only focusing on those 8 to 10 sports, which is common, where we have been told traditionally we as Indians are good in shooting, in archery, and we should stick to that. Then you had a fencer who we worked with, Bhavani Devi, who in 7 years of support actually went and became the first Indian to qualify to the Olympics in Tokyo. You had the first sailor, you had the first rower, you had the first canoeist, So I think the exciting part is broad basing it, because today schools are giving you that opportunity to play different sports beyond just the basic athletics and cricket. I come from a school which mandated swimming, Baldwin's in Bangalore. We had a swimming pool at that point of time, and everybody had to swim because it was a life skill. But I don't see that happening a lot of places. So when you look at conversations today, and I think everyone has touched upon it, and how every organization looks at it. Today, the top to some extent is taken care. Maybe the new sports need more support, but it's really gone back into academies, world-class academies, and also communities, because that's where kids are playing in school, right? I remember Saumil and I had a long conversation earlier that we have some great talent in schools. What do we do with them after that? What is that pathway? So there are people working on the top, you all are working from the school, but somewhere that pathway has to be created, and we spoke about the ladder being broken. So I think CSR today, while it touched for the first 8 years in the elite, it is going down into the middle and the bottom, because that's the problem to solve. And that's a very exciting space, because you have that many kids who are going to play. And there's also a data I just want to talk about over here. There was a school student who spoke about gender and women not playing. There is a data of Fortune 500 companies that just came out that close to 84% of leadership, women leadership of Fortune 500 companies are girls who've played sport in their growing up years. So that's a very stark data point. So if you want to be future leaders, you need sport all along the way.
Thanks. I think Let me now take some of these points and go to Dilip on philanthropy. Is while Krishna did mention about CSR 2% spend and lots of zeros after the one are showing up there. We believe similar thing is happening philanthropy, private capital as well. And there, I mean, last time I read some data, 10,000 CR is getting spent between the UHNIs and the. From a category standpoint, you're one of the foremost investors in terms of social context from philanthropy standpoint. How do you see philanthropy panning out for sports piece? And you have taken positions in different areas. What have been the drivers for that, purely from the kind of capital that you bring to the table?
First of all, it's just amazing to see so many kids, and I'm assuming the others are parents or cheerleaders on a Friday talking about sports. Usually my Fridays are heavy, intense meetings, so this is a very refreshing change to come back and talk about sports. To your question, I have a very contrarian point of view. I don't think, and it's sad that I don't think a lot of viewpoints are getting created from a philanthropic point of view to go in sports. It's getting built over the last few years. Why we do, I can talk about it because we just love sports, right? And we just believed in first principles, thinking of walking the talk, right? So we want to stay healthy, so we want to support people who are creating solutions to help Indians stay healthy. We want to eat healthy, so we support companies who are creating solutions to help Indians with healthy alternatives. We love sports, so we invest and support companies who are building different solutions in the spectrum of sports, whether it could be infrastructure, technology, foundations, because we just love sports. So I think there's a lot to be done, but it has to come from a very top-down approach and not merely from a fact of vanity, right? Money is going and let me therefore do it. We play sports on a random weekday. And if you don't find space, we just go on a terrace of our office and just we play some random sport. Every few hours, I see a message about people, and this includes the top management to everyone, just exchanging notes about what are we going to play over the weekend. So it's just a common language amongst us. And it's just a very natural extension to that, because what we do, we just want to give back. So we started talking to people in a metro, why aren't people playing sports? A common answer was that, look, the closest sporting infrastructure or facility was 20 minutes away, 40 minutes away. So we thought, okay, what can we do to solve that? So we met companies who are building sporting infrastructure, and their goal when we sat together was to, can you create a sporting infrastructure which is a kilometer radius from our residence? Right? So they said yes. So then they started building these pay and play systems. We started talking to parents. Why aren't you sending your kids to coaching? They said, we don't have time to come out of offices and travel to Prakash Padukane Center or far away distances. So if there's something which is high quality nearby to where we stay, we could do that. So then we started investing in companies who are doing coaching for kids, who can eventually scale that template to probably every PIN code across the country. So everything for us, what we came as was first principles. We wanted to support athletes. We didn't know how to. Then we met folks like, Go Sports, Olympic OGQs, and we said, okay, we don't know how to do it, but maybe we can rely on these teams who have figured out a system, and then we could lean on their expertise. So we started supporting them. So I think largely it's you have to walk the talk, because sports can't be induced as a vanity and therefore do it. And I feel genuinely, as a last point, that if sports, like the honest truth is, I don't think India is a sports playing country. We are a sports spectator country. We watch sports. We don't play sports enough. So if we want to be a sports playing country and therefore have an opportunity to win medals, we should have conversations of sports mainstream, like every week. Something what you're doing now, we should probably have once in a month, and every week we should just talk about sports online, offline, and just make it mainstream instead of just waiting for one Olympic cycle or one World Champs or one Asian Games, because then it's just very seasonal.
Thanks for that input, and I think we may have time for just one quick round of. But let me just not stop the chain of thoughts, and Krishna, coming back to you. On a lighter note, do you have data on sports-loving philanthropies at all, in terms of? But what's your take on philanthropy as a source of capital deployed in sports, gainfully speaking, for the objectives we are speaking of over here?
So I think CSR in India has already taken off, right? Like it's now a very well-established ecosystem, and will get better. Obviously, it's only 10 years of a law is still very new, So I think it's matured quite a bit. It's close to 30,000 crore per annum, and will get to 50,000 crore in no time. It's growing at 10-20% CAGR. What we are at Sattva are very excited by is the fact that now there's philanthropic capital that's emerging. The number that you talk about of 10,000 crore or so is really 116 ultra HNI families, right? We have now mapped 6,000 ultra HNI families in India, right? And that's the amount of money waiting to be unlocked, on this. India's wealth is just unbelievable, right? I have now a customer who called me in Ahmedabad and said, we want to give away 5,000 crores in the next 5 years. What should we do? I'm like, please, let's get there and chat. But my point is there is money to be unlocked. And I think, and this is why team sports of this group is very important, right? Because whoever makes the business case, to this ecosystem, will unlock the resources, right? If we don't reach out to this ecosystem, then it's not going to be that. So I think philanthropy and philanthropic capital, which is non-CSR, is very flexible. It can go into for-profit, it can go to non-profit, it can go to infrastructure. It has no rules. It doesn't have to follow March 31st deadline. And it comes from a lot of passion and legacy and emotion, right? Which sports has a lot of commonness to in some sense. So I think if this group can get together, the ecosystem of sports can get together and engage the philanthropy ecosystem, I think we can unlock a lot more, and I think you can also come with newer institutional models. What I found yesterday, I was at Alliance University, and for me the most innovative thing I saw was Anju Bobby George and Alliance University have now launched a course where athletes can continue to play, and they'll get a degree from Alliance Universities. 80% is they just continue to play whatever they're doing. So it's not now, whether I play sports or education. It's because they're able to get you a degree with a few courses attached to it, from a university, straight, right? So I think lots of innovative models are possible of integration, and money is available today, in the ecosystem.
That's very interesting, because you're saying money is not a problem anymore.
No.
So far.
Easy money. So the problem is every time I say this, that money is not a problem in India and give stats, every NGO is like, okay, give me the money.
Yeah.
Like easy money is not available. Yeah. Money is available, right? We all have to work a little hard to unlock that money. Right?
Yeah. So I think I'll come back to China and Annie in a bit. So Deepti, just on that point of, money is available, resources is not a constraint, while we continue to see constraint there from our lens. Not Sattva or Krishna's lens, but clearly I think the point he's making is that if you're able to collaborate, partner, perhaps it is easier to go to larger capitals and ask for funding certain areas but that has not been possible. All of us are so busy trying to solve our own issues that we aren't. So do you see it's a practical solution that a collective or collaborative actually raising funds together?
Yeah, I think when we talk about collaboration, it is very critical. We're all trying to solve the problem in sport, for sport, and for the betterment of our society. So I think that is at different levels, we're using different ways and channels and verticals. But I think the challenge that comes with CSR, and I think that's where the Rainmatter grant for us was very critical, So CSR says we'll give you 10 crores and 15 crores and how many ever crores that you want, but you can only use 5% for your operations and administration. So you want great people to work with you. You want your governance to be on top of the game. You have to clear all their audits and compliance, but you cannot pay your people. So, I mean, today, when I studied in school, I never knew I'll be back in sport. I was a banker for 6 years. And many students here, you must know that when we talk about sport, we only think athlete. But today, athlete is not the only career. You can be an administrator, you can be an analyst, you can be a physiotherapist, you can be so many more things in sport, right? And I feel we're so bucketed around this performance and medal that all the other areas in sport just get washed away. So when the collective comes together, it's about what are we building for sport to thrive and to put sport on a world map. Right now it's performance, it's medal, it's pathway, but you could have some of the best players competing at the biggest games, maybe at Asian Games, and then they get injured and they can never play sport again. But what do we do with all that value and life lessons that you've had, come back and pay it forward? So I think collective should mean 2-3 important things. So we've spoken about a fund very briefly. If you actually create a sports fund in India and get people to come and invest in it, what are we trying to solve with that sports fund, right? Because of all of us are doing different areas and trying to push the bar in that area because it's important. There is no pathway. When you go to Australia, people will first not ask you your name. They'll say, which sport do you play? Over here, we'll ask, where do you stay? Which school did you go to? Where did you pass out of? And today, IIT has first onboarded their first student athletes, people who've scored extremely well and sports people. So I think we're showing that a student athlete world is possible in India, but it's broken at the university level. So when you come to 10th standard and 12th standard, you have to sit back and say, I will do well in my thing because I have to get admission. So what are we trying to solve through this collective? It's possible. I'd love if it happens.
Yeah, I would love. We'll take it offline and see if it works. But let me come back to, by the way, I mean, the two CSR funders here, they are far more flexible than 5% you mentioned. Others who are not here are not as flexible. I'm just kidding. But just, Shaina, that you touched upon multiple areas of investment, but let's say if we were to divert more funds into CSR, in sports, from the existing kitty that you have, what needs to happen for you to be able to spend more in sports? Are there any one or two things we can think of that ought to be there for you to convince your leadership internally, invest here, not there?
Yeah, so sports management, I mean, I don't see that as a very institutionalized partner. I don't see many partners in the ecosystem. In the elite space, we do see a few very good ones, but not in the grassroots level. So for us, the biggest worry will be what's happening to the money, because you're talking about a broad plan, and the pathway is ridden with so many hurdles, and unfortunately a lot of politics and favoritism. Yeah.
At the policy level and
yeah. So for us, that's a deterrent to a large extent. That's why I think we go back into government schools a lot more. We realize that if taking a leaf from what you said, Dipti, if we can create leadership skills with children who might otherwise be struggling in an academic forum, and I remember you mentioned about coaching careers and careers in sports, showing those pathways to children who are needy might elevate them from poverty, and that's a key driver for us. And it ties in with the education piece that we do. It's about preparing them for the world. It's about getting them out of where they are in their ecosystem. Yeah.
Thanks. So, any from your standpoint, do you have competing themes internally for the same dollars or same money? And how do you make it easier if, for sports in terms of diverting more funds towards or increasing the pie? Overall.
Okay, so it's a little easier because for us also, we love sport, we believe in sport, we breathe sport, and it's right from the top to the bottom. Whoever it is. In fact, the way we recruit people is also through sports. So it's not so difficult, but of course the point would be where. And one call, I think, what we would have taken, or if I'm looking back, it's more about sports for fun, sports for discovery. Sports to just kind of just break the barrier, enable children to discover as much as they can, come into a playground. So it's always been at the grassroots level, because I think if you enable that at that age, it kind of becomes something that they can stay with for a lifetime. Our biggest chunk in the pie that we have now is definitely sports for school children. We are, of course, trying to do it in different ways to understand what could be a good way to engage. We don't want to be the government. We don't want to do the job of the government. But we would also like to play our part. But after that, we are also kind of trying to see if we could invest in some more elements. So that's basically what we are. But of course, when it comes to certain other investment fields, it could be a little bit with solidarity, because I think that can probably be as per the need of the time.
Sure. Thanks. Last question, short on time, and we may not have time for questions at all. But Dilip, having spent time with the leading philanthropy, and maybe let me ask you a personal question, not really on behalf of Rain Matter. In your view, where is the interest of philanthropy best served when investing in the value chain of sports?
That's a tough question. I was not prepared for that.
Sports loving philanthropy, where would they want to invest?
Feels like out of syllabus to me now. No, honestly, I don't have an answer, simply because
that's a personal.
Yeah, I mean,
not put in this spot.
Yeah, I would love to give you an answer in probably 2 quarters from now, because we're just kind of building our own playbook. All of that, what we have done is just in the last 2 years. It's just, I mean, the topic of sport is not new to us, but about actually doing something has been in just the 2 years. So we are also trying to understand, like she was saying, that from a compliance point of view, what is that we should be cognizant of? From an outcome point of view, what is that we should expect? So it's too early days for us. When we go out and support foundations, we have no expectations right now. But maybe at a later point of time, we'll have to understand that, okay, where that money is getting deployed, how do we measure the outcome? So a lot of that has to get unlocked in the course of time. I'm just glad that we are doing something, and we're just not sitting on the fringe and just talking. I honestly just don't have a right answer what that could be, but I think, I mean, generally I feel that we would love to see more conversations of sports happening regularly, more people playing sports, more parents playing sports, because only then it will come very naturally that, look, you just can't teach a kid to do something if the parent is just not doing, right? I mean, eat vegetable when the parent is not eating vegetable. So parents should be playing some sports. Of course, you don't expect everyone to do elite sports, but something for the joy of sport, and just kids participate with that, yeah.
Thank you so much. I will not take the time to summarize now. I'll do it in the end because we are out of time. But a big round of applause for the brilliant set of panelists, brilliant inputs. I've made some mental notes of many, many good points and reach out to you separately on that and call you on it. But thank you again, and we would like to felicitate the speakers before they leave the stage. Thank you so much again, and thank you for being patient. This is a very important topic, raising resources, funding for sport. All the good things we heard is a very important area, and that's why this focus on getting some of these people here and having them talk on what they are thinking. I will invite Nishant now for the awards segment, and he will anchor that until we are closer to lunch, hopefully very soon.
Thank you, Parminder. And now we have finally come to the end of today's fascinating summit. I hope it was. And so technically the award ceremony, we have bifurcated into two segments. One is the Playmaker Award, second is the Achiever Award. Now you might be wondering, what are Playmakers, who are Achievers? Playmakers are schools, institutions, corporate leaders, brands, philanthropists, etc., who are contributing to developing the sporting ecosystem in their own way of India. Achievers are these young people, young champions, athletes who are sitting amongst you, who have done well in sports and now are on their pursuit of excelling in sports while keeping in mind the importance of academics as well. So in the interest of time, I will just invite the school from Ryan International Academy, Sarjapur Road. They have an annual day to attend, so we'll just finish them off and then we'll go ahead with the proper structure. Can we have students from Ryan International Academy, Sarjapur? I invite Saumil to kindly felicitate them. Sports Playmaker Award to Ryan International Academy, Sarjapur. So now I invite Arif Hassan, National Operations Head for Sports Village Foundation, to anchor the CSR Awards.
Good afternoon, everybody. Without taking too much time, at Sports Village Foundation, we've been very fortunate to have been supported by a lot of CSR donors who've been supporting in our endeavor to get play accessible to each and every child. So we would like to take this opportunity to felicitate a few of our star performers, part of the CSR program, who achieved sporting excellence while balancing academics. At the same time, we'll also be felicitating our CSR donors who have taken the bold step of supporting sports as a part of their CSR initiatives and in the process supporting a lot of children in their sporting journey. So let me also invite Parminder also on stage along with Saumil to present the segment of awards. So firstly, we would like to present the awards to a few children, part of the Decathlon Sports for School Children program. And to present these awards, may also invite Annie, George and Teresa also to join us on stage, please. So first, the award goes to Divyansh from Government School, Bengaluru, who won a first place in district level sports meet in long jump, and he also participated in the state level sports meet. Next, I'd like to call Sanjana from Government School, Gotigere, who secured first place in 100 meters, 600 meters in cluster level competition. She is also represented district level in badminton. Next, I'd like to invite Tayappa from Government School, Gotigere. secured first place in 100 meters, 400 meters in cluster level. Also led his kabaddi team to a runner-up finish at SFA Bangalore Championship. And also participated in the Junior Pro Kabaddi League. Next, let me request Saumil and Parminder to please hand over the Sport for Change Playmaker Award to Decathlon for an incredible project called Sport for School Children, spread across 10 cities, 17 schools, and covering 7,000 plus children in government schools. Thanks, Annie. Thanks, Teresa. Next, we would like to felicitate a few children from the Colors of Life program supported by Embassy Group. And to present these awards, may I please invite Paul, Nalini, Shaina, and Navida also on stage, please. So the first award goes to the Colors of Life football team. So this comprises of children from all the government schools part of the Colors of Life program. So let me invite them onto the stage. They went on to become the winners of the Equality Plate division of the prestigious Parikrama Football League this year. So this scripted a very historic comeback actually. In the first season, last year, got thrashed 10-0 in the first round. Last year, they went out to come in the quarterfinals, and this year, they emerged the winners in the Equality. Let me also request them to also get the trophy, the winning trophy that they have got. Saumil and Parminder, let me quickly request you to also give the trophies to the kids. Request all of you to please collect your trophies. Saumil to hand over the Sport for Change Playmaker Award to the Colors of Life and Embassy team for again a great program that has been run in 15 schools covering 3,000 children. So there are a few more children from the Colors of Life we wanted to just felicitate. Bimal from Hunsmaralli School, who's represented judo at national level. Charan from Bhunsmanali School, represented judo at state level. Kamlakshi represented athletics at state level. Dhanlakshmi represented kabaddi at district level. Congrats winners. Thanks. Fellows of Life and Embassy team. Next, we would like to felicitate a few children part of the Swapaksh Learning Foundation. So Suhail, Jayadul, Ritu and Fatima. All of them have excelled both in academics and sports. Let me request Alim to collect the award on behalf of the school, Swapaksh Learning Foundation. Last but not least, we'd like to felicitate a few children part of the KPMG program in Bangalore, and to hand away the awards would also request Vijay and Amit also to join us on stage from the KPMG team. Firstly, we would like to invite Annie Goval, who represented Kabaddi at Taluk level. Gaurav Kumar represented athletics at state level. Arjun represented athletics at district level. So congratulations to all the winners. So now let me hand over the mic to Nishan for continuing with the private school segment.
Thanks, Arif. Now we start off with the school segment. First school is MS Dhoni Global School, Hosur. From there we have Dushyant, Shreya, Adityan, Arshita, Raghavan, Balaramani, Santosh, Anusha, Syed Shayan and Ashmita. I request the school coordinators for MS Dhoni Global School, Hosur also to join us on stage, please. Thank you. I request Saumil to kindly come up on stage, felicitate the students. EduSports Playmaker Award to MS Dhoni Global School, Hosur. MS Dhoni Global School, Hosur. Next is MS Dhoni Global School, Bangalore. From there we have Chirag, Disha, Anhad, Vaishnavi, Krishay, Pravalika, Syed, Cedrina, Abhivat and Yalini. I request Lakshmi ma'am, Principal of MS Dhoni Global School, Bangalore, to kindly join us on stage, ma'am, please. Sports Playmaker Award to MS Dhoni Global School, Bangalore. Thank you. Next we have Florence High School. From there we have Dhruva, Aradhya, Yashwant, Varsha, Kanak, Niharika, Nishant, Sanvi, Chris Joel, Haripriya, Shreyas and Sharika. I request the school coordinators for Florence High School to join us on stage. Thank you. Playmaker Award to Florence High School. NHPPS Banashankari. There, Nihal, Likita, Samrut, Indu Sheetala, Sakshi, Priyansh, Dhanika, Atharv, Adya, Dhimant, Surabhi, Arya and Ruchita. I also request the school coordinator from NHPPS School Banashankari to kindly join us on stage. Playmaker Award to NHVPS Banashankari. Excuse me, people who are leaving, just a small announcement. Lunch is served at the MDC Woods. It's near the reception area, opposite to the reception. There will be volunteers there who will guide you. MDC Woods. Next school is Euro School, Banerghatta. From there we have Shaurya, Adya, Mohanish, Riya, Arav, Argya, Varun, Anika, Samarth, and Zara Fatima. I request Sita ma'am also to kindly join us on stage. I request Vijay to kindly come up on stage, please. Playmaker Award to Euro School, Banerghatta. Thank you. Next we have Euro School, Chimney Hills. From there, Aryan, Amaya, Vihan, Pavni, Mohit, Lasya, Arnav, Mekha, Sai Charan, Sanvita, Dujant, Aditya, and Prerna. I request the school coordinator for Euro School, Chimney Hills to join us on stage. Puneet, can you take the award on their behalf, please? Thank you. Sports Playmaker Award to Euro School, Chimney Hills. Thank you. Next we have another school from Euro School, HSR Layout, Bangalore. Nishant, Samyaka, Niranjan, Sanya, Sunkara, Sunkara Deepak Chaudhary, Avishka, Ishan and Antara. Collect the Playmaker Award on the school's behalf. EduSports Playmaker Award to Euroschool HSR Layout. Thank you. Next we have Presidency School Banashankari, Vishwajit, Disha, Kavish, Rishika, Deepak, Ritvik, Sanjana, Urjit, Adya, Devik, Pavni, Nihal and Nidhi. I request Mohan sir to kindly come up on stage to collect the EduSports Playmaker Award. EduSports Playmaker Award to Presidency School Banashankari. Ryan International Academy, Horamau. From there we have Hasid, Leah, Bhavesh and Janvi. Also invite the school coordinator from Ryan International, Horamau. Award to Ryan International Academy, Horamau. Last but not the least, Wisdom Montfort International School, Mohit, Sarah, Nathan, Tressa Ann, Sean, Ethan, Sarah, Mohammad Abu Bakar, Amelia, Jeffrey, Rachel, Uditi and Abipsa. Request Navya to take the award on the school's behalf. EduSports Playmaker Award to Wisdom Montfort International School. Thank you, students. So, as we come to the end of the Get Kids to Play Summit Bangalore edition, just wanted to thank all of you who have been part of this amazing summit, made it amazing with the conversations, with the discussions, has been very fruitful, and I hope that all the insights, the discussions that were discussed on the platform will help us gain some valuable things for our work that we do to get kids to play. Thank you. And lunch is, again, a small information. Lunch is served at MDC Woods. It's near the reception area, near the main parking area opposite to that. Thank you.